so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the ASTROLABE. We have got a banger of a lab for you guys today. This one took me a long time to put together. It is dense as hell. So much content to cram into a single lab. I basically have tomorrow's lab all put together already, just because I couldn't fit everything. As it is, I have no idea how long this is going to be, but we'll see what happens. I'm going to give you guys a goal. So today was the first time ever that we have done song requests for the EWBSX intro. If you're following the King Pill Telegram channel, I gave you guys a shout out ahead of time, and told you to get your requests in via tip, using the tip link, tips.kingpill.com. And a few of you guys responded, and I plugged your requests in, and we got to enjoy that here on the during the pre-show. And going forward, I'll when I can, when I got the time ahead of time to be able to plug everything in. It's a little bit task dense here to get the right thing, get it downloaded, make sure it's in the library, to make sure I can queue it up for EWBSX. So if you get your requests in far enough in advance, that's very much appreciated. Just follow the King Pill Telegram channel, and I'll give you a shout out when I want you to start getting your requests in. But I'm going to give you guys another challenge. So I have a schizo video that we can watch. We had the great Populib schizo presentation in the Discord last night. We went for 7 hours or something. We were in there for forever. But it was very good, very enjoyable, very mind-blowing, I think. And it spun off into some other schizo things. So I have a schizo video that we can watch. Now, we're going to watch it for one of these streams. If you guys want to watch it tonight, I'm going to do it at the end of the stream if we can hit a certain tip goal. So right now we're at $324 for the month. If we can get to $524 by the end of the stream, then I will stick around as soon as I get through all the tabs that I've got here. I will stick around and we'll watch the video. It's let's say schizophysics. We'll call it that. Alternative model of the universe. So it's I'll give you a little hint there. And if you guys can do that, that's going to make this a very, very long stream. However, here. Did you tip your streamer yet, Anon? And I'm curious, for those of you who are having a hard time getting the tip link to work, I'm very curious. I post the one here in the pinned chat, tips.kingpill.com. But then if you notice, there's the Streamlabs bot goes through periodically and it drops the link. And I'm very curious to know if one of them works better than the other. For example, if you're using the tips.kingpill.com, then does that one not work? But if you use the one that the bot posts, does that one work better? I'm wondering if maybe there's a redirect issue with the link that's affecting some people. So let me know if that's a thing for you guys, or if you're having.
Here comes the money.
Here we go.
Well, there we go.
Here comes the money. Money.
Alpha male alert.
Dollar. Cheating, bling, bling, cut the chatter. You ain't talking money, then your talking don't matter.
Let's go.
Howie Snowden, absolute patriot. Holy shit. Well, there we go. This is going to be a long lab, folks. We're going to be here till deep into the wee hours of the morning. Thank you, my friend. Holy crap. Alrighty. Well, then I'll just spoil it for you here real quick. The movie that we're going to watch is The Principle. It is a documentary from Robert Sungenis about geocentrism. This is the, it was released in 2014. Let me just show it on the screen here real quick. Released in 2014, The Principle. And it's great because the guys who made it went and interviewed a bunch of ordinary physicists, and they just kind of asked them questions and had them describe all the gay shit about like dark matter and everything, and basically just demonstrate how insane they are on screen. And then they challenged them in between. So they released the movie, and then it got like taken down all over the place and everything. I saw a little bit of it last night. It's very, very interesting. And I'm pretty well persuaded of the geocentric case. Yeah, so we will watch that. It's an hour and a half long, and I will stick it out here for you guys, and then obviously it'll be on the recording. I'm pretty sure, I don't think it'll get pulled down off of YouTube. If it does, then obviously you guys know you can go to Substack, or it'll be uploaded as a podcast. But yeah, we will do that, and I'm going to make this schizo segment here a regular thing. But I suspect that most likely I'm going to run into issues streaming YouTube stuff and posting it up on YouTube. So I'm going to probably wind up doing it as I'll bolt it onto the back end of the Labe, but I'm probably going to put the replays. I'm probably just going to put them on Substack, and I might just paywall them just so I can. We're working on rearranging some of kind of streamlining the some of the subscription and everything, because we need to grow this shit. We need to get this bigger. I need to square up my schedule and really start building this thing out. Need to build this audience. I love you guys, but we need to cooperate to get the word out. I've been listening to other commentators recently, and I'll just say it. I've been listening to a lot more long form Nick Fuentes recently, and frankly, I'm concluding that I think he genuinely just doesn't know what he's talking about. He just doesn't, like, I don't think it's bad faith. I'm sure some people would say that it's just him lying about stuff or whatever, but I think he genuinely just does not, like, he's in some sort of a news bubble or something, and only specific news items are getting through, but he doesn't have the full context. And so he's, I've said I like Nick. I think a lot of his audience is retarded, but he's also going to keep getting a much bigger audience. His audience isn't going anywhere anytime soon. He's going to be growing significantly, and so I think that there needs to be a counter voice. I do believe that he is good faith. I just think, like he said that Alligator Alcatraz got shut down. I'm like, no, it didn't. There's been all sorts of obstruction and stuff from the district courts, but this is kind of the whole point. You got to have the whole context of everything that's happening here. So if you just select some specific headlines and specific stories from the last 7 or 8 months of the administration, then I can understand why people.
The white man is back, baby. The white man is back.
Tagged you in our post on X. It's an absolute must read.
Thank you, Nicholas Bauman. Let me take a look here and see if it's one that I can fit in with the show today, or if it'll fit in with tomorrow's. Oh yeah, this is good. Okay, very interesting. All right, yeah, this one will work well with tomorrow's show. So I'm gonna bookmark this, and we'll cover that tomorrow. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. You tagged me in this old Hollow Tree account, and the guy followed me after you did. So thank you for that too. Yeah, I mean, like if you had I can see why you would come to the conclusions that he comes to if you were only drawing on these specific storylines and you didn't have like the connective tissue that binds everything together. So it's surreal listening to the more long form stuff with him, because I'm like, it sounds like someone in 2022 talking about the Republican Party of 2014. And it just plainly, it's not even that I'm like, I disagree with your interpretation of events. It's like these things are just factually not true, just factually not correct. And And I can imagine, like, I know how hard it is for me to try to stay in the loop with everything. And I've managed to build up like an ecosystem around me that's feeding me all of this stuff all the time. So a lot of this isn't like, it's not like some grand insight that I have. I've just gotten myself plugged into the right sources that are feeding me this info. And then I'm just doing the best I can to distill and repackage and push them out. One thing that's become very clear to me is that if you don't have the Tom Luongo, Alex Craner insights about the city of London, then, which obviously they're not restricted to them, but like that's the avenue that I took to learn about the city of London and everything downstream from that. Like if you don't have that context or that awareness, then I can understand why you would have the view of everything that's happening that many of these people like Nick and people who think like him do. And this is, of course, I'm assuming good faith here, because the people who are bad faith, it's not even worth talking about. But there are plenty of people who are good faith, who are demoralized, who do feel like there's all sorts of reasons to be blackpilled about all this stuff. And quite simply, I think it's just because they don't have the full picture. I think it really is quite that simple. And if they had the full picture, then a lot of this stuff makes a lot more sense. So I need to do better about streamlining my presentation, and I need to start making like clips that are easier to share. And I'm this close to just pulling off of YouTube altogether. Jason and I Jason was posting in the group chat about more YouTube fuckery, and it's just. Like, yeah, it's nice to have as a place for people. It's like convenient for some people to go watch on replay. But I think I need to, those of you guys who are still stuck on YouTube and like using it for a replay repository, I think we need to just pull away from it altogether, because it's becoming more work than it's worth. And I genuinely think the platform is broken, and I don't really see anything coming back from that. Colin Russ, would a clipping campaign be helppful? It would be extraordinarily helpful, yes. Nematoder says you need an assistant. Yes, I need like 3 at least. I need a handful of people. This has been on the to-do list. I have some volunteer roles that I'm looking at recruiting for. Can offer you. I can't really pay you at the moment, but I could offer you free access to the King Pill Discord, and might be able to get some other perks in there. Yeah, definitely. I need a clipping campaign. I need some assistance to help with some stuff. So if that's something that you're interested in, you can hit me up. Send me a DM on Twitter or an email, realkingpilled@gmail.com, and let me know. CG says I would volunteer if I had time, and I understand that. This is part of the reason why I haven't asked this, is because I want to be able to pay someone if I'm going to ask them to contribute with stuff, and also I'm a little picky about the things being done the right way, and if someone's volunteering their time, then I feel bad about asking about being picky about stuff. But I may just need to suck it up and just accept volunteer help. So if you're interested in volunteering to help with things that are related to Discord server management and clipping videos and downloading and uploading files and that sort of thing, then hit me up. I got some stuff that I could use your help with. Oh yeah, the free KP Discord membership is an absolute given. No question about that at all. Slutty Milk says, got to establish some passive income streams so I can volunteer as the Labe assistant. Labe assistant. That's a. What do you do? I assist with labes. You do what? Jason says, City of London lore is everything. Guys at work wonder why the tractors have 10K exhaust treatment.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Hessian beard.
Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar. Ching, ching, bling, bling. Got the chatter. You ain't talking money, then you're talking don't matter.
Roll the growth.
Hessian beard. Patriot. The $100 tip. We are alpha male alerting all over the place tonight. Thank you, man. The Gigabeard. That's right. One of our great Discord members, longtime member, absolute patriot, a hulk of a man, just a gigantic human being, wonderful Orthodox Christian. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. What was I saying? I was reading Jason's tweet here. What did he say? Or not tweet, but message. He said, City of London lowers everything. Guys at work wonder why the tractors have 10K exhaust treatment and how retarded it is. And I almost have to go into a Putin deep dive on the history, and I just reply with, yeah, kind of dumb. Right. That's the thing, is it's like, how do you explain all of this stuff concisely? There really isn't anybody out there that's doing this concisely right now, and I know I'm not going to be the one who does it concisely, because if there's anything that I cannot do, it's conciseness. I have no brevity in me whatsoever. But like once you start trying to get into the City of London thing, it's just like, holy shit. But it's completely like, I think once you take that on and you begin viewing the last, I don't know, depending on where you want to cut it off, the last 150 to 400 years of history, it completely reorients the way that you see everything that's happening around you. And I forget that sometimes when I'm talking to people, that they're not viewing these things the way that I am. When I'm listening to someone else, I'm like, how do you have such a retarded take? I'm like, yeah, if you don't understand the actual deep war that's happening right now, then you might do something like really, really care about the Epstein list. And think
White
that
man is
not
back, baby. The white man is back.
Beta male tip to keep the party running.
Thank you, Nematode. Beta mala. All tips matter. Thank you, my friend. What was I saying? I know. Can I say this? Oh, I'm just going to say it. Nematode has been a very long time supporter of the show. He was one of the first paid subscribers on Substack. So he's been putting money into the show for a long time. I appreciate you, man. Yeah, you have to. I just need to know how to say it without sounding like an insane person to normies. Yeah. I think the way. Man, I wonder what the hook is for this. Maybe it's the American empire has not even begun to be an empire yet. Like, I wonder if that's a way that you could kind of hook someone. Because I noticed when I've said that to people before, they kind of go, what? But then if you think, like, how long has America even existed? America hasn't even existed for 300 years. And people talk about, like, the length, like the life cycle of an empire is like 250 to 300 years. But when did you even have when could you have even begun to conceive of America as an empire? Well, it definitely couldn't have been before World War II. And like, that's basically the point at which you could start to maybe sort of think of America as an empire. But if that's the case, even if you want to accept that America became the global empire in 1945, you're still talking like 80 years. And if the standard life cycle, using the kind of ordinary normie logic, if the standard life cycle of an empire is just 250, 300 years, then even then, you're still talking about America being very, very early in the imperial life cycle. So, and maybe that's like the thing to make it click. And then you can start talking about the foreign policy. Like, isn't it strange that our foreign policy never seems to serve us? And any time that a president tries to do something like I don't know, secure the southern border, or manage the southern hemisphere and the cartel problems, suddenly they become public enemy number one. Isn't this very odd behavior for an empire? Look at how completely gutted our entire manufacturing and industrial industries have become. That's very odd behavior for ostensibly the dominant empire. And everyone already has this sense of like a deep state. And so it's pretty simple. Just be like, the deep state has been the powers that be. When you talk about the they, everyone has the they don't let this, they are trying to do that, they want that thing. When you have that they is not an American phenomenon. This is a foreign incursion into American institutions. So maybe like that's the onboarding, is like the American empire hasn't even begun yet. So if the American empire hasn't begun, or it's still very early on in its imperial rise, what has been the imperial power over what's been the hegemonic ruling cabal over the last several decades? And everyone already has the sense of the deep state being this force that's out there. And they're like, oh, well, the deep state is actually the American government, and it's really subversive, and they hate all their people and stuff. But it's not even an American government. It's a parasite within the American government. There may be Americans who participate in that, but it's not American. Skrudimnevsky says, City of London made perfect sense to me when I first heard about it. I'm also retarded. Yeah, that's like, okay, is this making sense to me because this is true, or is it because is it just because I'm a retard? Emergent Perspective says people need to read Tragedy and Hope and the Anglo-American Establishment. Goes back to City of London. I mean, that's the problem, is that like expecting most people to sit down and read massive tomes of geopolitical power and stuff is kind of like, it's like libertarians like, oh, you just need to read Rothbard and then you'll understand it. Yeah, it doesn't really, like, that stuff's good for certain people, but the vast majority of people who are just consuming their stuff via like TikTok reels and whatever, it doesn't hit quite the same way. Yeah, some Jay Dyer as well. Yeah. And like Jay, I think Jay hasn't even been, he still sees this as a like an American thing. He doesn't, he talks about the Atlanticists and everything, but he hasn't, I don't think he's quite gotten, and I haven't listened to him in depth in the last year or so. I don't think he's gotten quite into the, realizing the significance of City of London as a force that has like hollowed out the American government establishment and lived inside it for a while and held America hostage. That there is something different between the powers that be and America, properly speaking. And America has been a hostage of this hegemonic power as much as anybody else. And what we're seeing now is America, the American spirit, finally starting to come into its own, and it's picking up speed. It's absolutely picking up speed. And this goes beyond any one person, any single administration, any particular policy. These things have a life of their own. That you can't, there is no one person or group of people who control this or like can slow roll it or choose to slow roll it versus accelerate it. Everyone's kind of playing their role, but this is a spiritual phenomenon that's picking up speed, and everybody, more and more people are just starting to realize I'm only holding on for dear life here, and it's going to go somewhere, and then it's going to resettle, and everybody's going to kind of jockey for position in after that resettlement. Anyways, I don't remember how I got off on all of that. Oh, talking about trying to condense the some of the clips here and get the message of the Labe out there for more people. And then it's just like fighting back against this relentless urge to doom spiral. And there's a strong correlation, I think, between the people who see America as like inherently evil, because they're like, oh, it's founded by deists, or it's America is the source of all the gayness, of wokeness, and all of that. This is a distinctly American thing, which is a very European perspective. There's a strong correlation between that and apocalyptic catastrophizing. And I don't know, there's just been so many generations of people apocalyptically catastrophizing and assuming that the world is going to end in their lifetime, that it's just it just isn't helpful. It's just you're letting narratives take up space in your head that aren't going to do anything for you. Even if it is true, if there is going to be some great apocalypse and we're going to descend into Skynet world, being the first one to know about it isn't going to do anything for you, given the very nature of Skynet world. Like, what, you're going to be the most powerful guy living in the cave, trying to sneak out and avoid the drone surveillance that's going to come grab you and take your kids away and trans them. It's ironically, a lot of the people who think that way are very anti-Hollywood, but their whole worldview is just totally Hollywood. This is the way Hollywood wants you to think about what the future is going to be. Interestingly, this is a Peter Thiel point, that this is how you get the Antichrist. The Antichrist is called forth by those who recognize or believe that they're recognizing the appearance of the apocalypse. Reminds me of that Tim Dillon clip that we saw in the most recent Pseudowave talking about Peter Thiel and the Antichrist, which is very funny. Okay, we've got a whole lot to get through here today, so let's get cooking. Any other housekeeping things? Tips link, you guys have blown that out already. Oh, there was a tip that came through earlier, and I don't want to forget that. It's a very important one.
White man is back, baby. The white man is back.
Already know tonight's laba is going to be a banger.
Dave Johnson forecasted a banger laba, and boy, was he ever right.
You know, Dave Johnson is the gayest person to ever walk this green earth.
Shout out to Dave Johnson. An excellent patriot, one of our greatest patriots. The other thing I was going to say is I need to remind you guys that in the end of this, beginning of October, I'll be up in the greater Seattle area and looking at doing a King-Pilled meetup while we're there. And I think we're narrowing in on clicking on things I don't want to click on. I think we're narrowing in on, let me just check the calendar to get the right dates here. Where are we here? October the 5th. October 5th, Sunday evening. I think that's probably going to be the best day. We're not locking that in completely just yet, but I'm leaning toward that. So if you are in the greater Pacific Northwest area and you would like to meet up, then let me know. Send me a DM on Twitter. A few of you guys have already, and I appreciate you. Or send me an email, realkingpilled@gmail.com, and let me know. We'll coordinate it, and be fun to meet up with some of you guys. Howie says, let me know next time you're in the DC area. I will be in I know exactly when I'll be in the DC area next. It will be, hold on, dates, November 6 to 10. November 6 to 10 is the next time that I will be in the DC area. So hit me up and get at your boy. All right. So to start off, we gotta do a little shout out to our sports ball bros out there. The King-Pilled Fantasy Football League is off to a rip-roaring start. I haven't checked the score as of right now, but it looked like I was probably going to win against poor Miles Standish. He ran into the buzzsaw that was me. But a couple of clips here I wanted to include, and these are almost guaranteed to be copyright struck immediately on YouTube on the recording afterwards. So if you're watching this on the recording and everything just kind of jumps awkwardly, that's because as soon as I uploaded it, it clipped these out. And oh well. This first one here, just absolute football perfection. Chiefs special teams with one of the greatest fire drills you will ever see. This is tremendous, absolutely incredible. 2-minute drill, 16 seconds left in the second quarter before halftime. 3rd and 21. They're just past midfield, and they're down by 10. And so they complete this pass, and then they've got 16 since he completes the pass. The guy gets stopped in bounds. His forward progress is stopped, so the clock keeps running, and they have to get back and kick the field goal. They have 16 seconds to do the whole thing, and the coordination here, the level of to have basically somewhere around the vicinity of 20 guys, this finely tuned military precision to get in and get this kick off is incredible.
Quick throw, Noah Gray, and
so he's going backwards when he goes out of bounds, so the clock's going to keep going.
that is still.
Now watch him. Takes the ball
moving,
directly to the official.
Before he got out of bounds, 7 seconds.
They had to swap out all of their offense and bring in on all the special teams guys. You've got the kicker back here. You've got the snapper getting in position, or not the snapper, but the holder.
Seconds to go. It's 4th down. They can't spike.
4 seconds left. It's 4th down. They can't come out and just spike it and get and then set up and kick it under no pressure. They've just got to do it.
So Butker's coming out. Will they get it off? They do. Butker
1 second.
from 59. It's good.
And he hammered it from 59 yards. These kickers are getting incredible. I remember when 59 yards was kind of a stretch. There was another guy who just recently just kicked a 60-yarder like no one's business. And this is something I've been, for a while, I've been like, how... I had a friend in high school. He's a short little guy. He's like 5'8", 5'9", maybe. When we were playing flag football, we were out playing around, and I was practicing snapping, and he was kicking, and he was drilling like 55-yarders, no problem. Just out in our little college field with some uprights and just a football from Big Five or whatever, just drilling like 55-yarders like no one's business. I've been like, how do you not have? Yeah, it was Mitch. I was like, how do you not have? Can you not just go grab some soccer player and have them consistently, especially in college? College kickers are atrocious. It's totally unreliable, totally inconsistent, and part of it's because you have to have this level of drilling and sophistication, and you have to practice it constantly. But just I don't want to downplay the difficulty of kicking a 60-yard field goal. Like, I can't kick a 60-yard field goal. Never been able to kick a 60-yard field goal. But if you're a soccer player, you should absolutely be able to kick a 60-yard field goal. The fact that this is the thing. If you want your kid to make a buku bucks, teach them to be a kicker. Because these kickers now are making, I don't know, $10 million a year at least. And they play... anywhere from maybe 6 to 12 snaps a game, and only occasionally have to be involved in tackles, so you don't even necessarily have to worry about the CTE very much. This is incredible. A 59-yard kick under pressure. The ball was snapped at the 2-second mark. Just barely got it off in time. Incredible, incredible work. And then obviously Harrison Butker is a Patriot, one of our great supporters of our president. Yeah, Butker is the one who's Catholic and did that announcement that made all the libs shriek. Yes, that's who that is. Yep. Yeah, and the kickers can play for like 20 years if they can keep the consistency. They can play for a long, long time. One of the kicker and backup quarterback are like the best roles in all of sports. You can make really, really good money and do very little. And then this one, Isaac Tesla, who one of our great Dutch patriots here. He's from Michigan. He's they call him Vanillatron. He's like 6'5", 230, and ran like a 4.38 or something. He's just an absolute freak. A rookie, drafted in the 3rd round. This is not just his first NFL touchdown. This is his first NFL reception.
I think he barely out.
Look at this.
Let's see. 1 in for sure. 2. His feet were in, but
It was
his tutties just hit outside.
Tutties.
First.
Look at that.
Are they high on this kid? Look at this.
Second heel right there. Caught it with one hand, secured it, one heel down, other heel down. It was called incomplete on the field, but then they reviewed it and upheld it as a touchdown. His first NFL catch.
I mean, his catch radius, that shows off his skill level.
Look at that.
Barely out.
Look at this.
One hand.
1
secure,
in for sure. 2.
both heels.
His feet were in, but
Just
his
remarkable.
tutties just hit outside.
How about this? Are they high on this kid? Look at this.
I mean, his catch rate.
What a rookie. Oh, man. He's on the Lions? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That is your sports ball segment for the day. Check this out. Thor Bjornsson. 510 kilograms. That's 1,124 pounds. Look at this shit.
Of Iceland, 510 kilograms. Ladies and gentlemen, there it is! Wow! And the first thing when you look at that is the fact that that was easy. Ladies and gentlemen, look upon the mountain of
What
Iceland.
a freak of a human being.
510 kilograms.
Easy work. Yeah, there's a reason they call him the Mountain. The best role he ever did was squeeze Pedro Pascal's head in. If only it was real. Oh, man. The dude is 6'9". Look at this absolute mammoth unit of a man. Oh, that gets the Scandinavian blood flowing. And then look at this. Looking at his timeline. There is another. Hold on, let me scroll down through this. So, look at this one here. He says, this event broke me, won it, but it took 30 minutes just to feel human again, mentally and physically crushed. That's strong, man. Holding these, I don't even know what this event is called. It's like a Thor's hammer thing. Holding a 66-pound hammer out in front of you like this. Oh! That's pretty good incentive to keep that thing out there. Look at that. Woo! I can't even comprehend this. This is superhuman strength. Holy crap. He said, insane how easy that felt. The new deadlift world record. Oh, this is funny. He's a TikTok star as well, apparently. He's really enjoying that. But where is this video? Look at this. Holy crap. Olivier Richters. So reminder, the Mountain here is 6'9". Imagine being one of the most gigantic humans of all time and looking up to someone. Incredible. Just, I don't even have words for it. This guy is a mammoth. Olivier Richters. I'm sure my lifting bros out there, you may know who he is. This is the first time I'd ever heard of him. I think he's Dutch. Is that correct? Do I have this right? Olivier Richters. Yeah, the Dutch giant. 7'2". How much does he weigh? Let's see here. He didn't begin to pursue bodybuilding until 2013. After 8 years of training, the difference was tremendous. He gained nearly 165 pounds of mass, predominantly composed of lean muscle, in 8 years of training. To achieve his bodybuilding goals, he rigorously committed to consuming up to 7,000 calories a day spread over 7 meals. How much does he weigh? He maintains a regimen of 5,000 calorie intake for filming and 6,500 to 7,000 calories for all other purposes within a 24-hour period. The intake is spread out in 7 meals, with one of them at 3 a.m. consisting of carbs, up to 1,000 grams of various meats and vegetables, in addition to an oat shake made of ultrafine oats blended with a whey scoop. He was born with pectus excavatum, causing the bones of his ribcage to grow in such a way to squeeze the cardiac muscle. CT scans revealed his heart was 20% smaller than it should have been. He underwent a procedure involving breaking the ribs and allowing the heart and lungs to continue growing, something made possible due to his still young age at the time and extending his lifespan. There was a friend of mine in high school that had, I don't know if it was exactly this, but it was something very similar to that, who had his chest was like all kind of caved in, and he had his rib cage, his ribs all broken, and extended out, and he had a bar put across here. So his he had big scars like right in front of his armpits. They were very sensitive. Just found out a couple weeks ago that he just died suddenly, very sadly. But apparently this guy had the same thing. I want to see how much he weighs. Olivier Richter's weight, 7'2", 353 pounds. Jeez. What a monstrous person. Imagine having an entire army full of these guys. The Giants are real. Oh, man. Okay, let me make sure I have this tab saved, and let's keep it going here. We've got a bonus pseudo-wave. Another edition in the American Folk Series, number 7, The American City. You guys ready to glory in the beauty of the American cities? Shout out to the propagator of the pseudo-waves, Mr. Agit Propmaster on Twitter. Here we go.
The American city is a walled garden in the wilderness. Pioneers would leave one city only to build a bigger one 1,000 miles down the road. The Declaration was signed, our Constitution written, in a city. Beginning as centers of trade and portals to the old world, they became the wombs of our cultures, the brains of our polities, the receptacles of our memories. Their destruction, a wound not easily healed. American cities are connected to our hinterlands like no civilization before. People and resources and information and ideas circulating back and forth like nutrients in a bloodstream. They grew and grew from outposts that could make one thing into a field of stars that could make anything. A breadbasket, an industrial giant, an aerospace republic. The American city has been under attack for some time now, by enemies foreign and domestic. Weathering disasters, unrest, assassinations, crime, corruption, mismanagement, conquest, decline. Some believe it cannot be saved. But all that is needed to restore peace and beauty is a vision and the will to see it done.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So we Americans will have our cities back, whether it takes a year, a decade, a century. These cities belong to us. We built them. We will rebuild them. The American city is the American symphony. Excelsior.
Oh, man. We are going to make our cities great again. We're, hold on. Well, that's weird. He had a list of all of the cities that were included in this. Hold on. I thought that was in the quote tweet. Let me come grab the... Okay, so here was the list, the cities in this edit. Boston, St. Louis, Seattle, New York, Chicago, Philadelphia, St. Augustine, Charleston, Washington, D.C., Savannah, Atlanta, Richmond, California, Kenosha, New Orleans, Kent, Dallas, Baltimore, Houston, Los Angeles, Pittsburgh, Saratoga, Oakland, and Indianapolis. Beautiful, great American cities. Our cities are going to be clean and safe again, boys. Our great Cheeto Mussolini has declared that it be so. And speaking of symphonies, we're going to talk more about making the cities great again here a little bit later. But speaking of symphonies, let's check in on Stephen Limbaugh, who's working on the America 250 Symphony. He says, America doesn't have a symphony. Yes, we have Ives and Hansen, but we do not have a symphony by an American, writing in the language that has emerged out of America's history. Copeland is the father, but not the culmination. It's up to all of us to make this project happen. So he's writing a symphony for America's 250th. Here's a preview of the rough assembly of the third movement. Harp still needs to be recorded. You can go support him at givesendgo.com/A250 Symphony. He's been posting all the different chapters of it out here on Twitter. Go follow him at Stephen Limbaugh. Now, prepare yourself for beauty to enter your ear holes. Take a deep breath, and away we go. I cannot wait to hear the whole thing. I've been following along as he's been producing it, and it's just... I was thinking about this the other day. Like, how do you even... would it even be possible today to have like a Bach or a Beethoven or a Mozart, like someone who's recognized for hundreds of years hence for their brilliance as a composer? I don't even know that it's possible. I've thought about this before, like if the Beatles or pick your favorite. I know some people hate the Beatles. I kind of don't really have an opinion, but pick your band, your well-known band of the 50s, 60s, whatever. And all these like really legendary songs.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar. Ching, ching, bling, bling. Got the chatter. You ain't talking money, then you're talking no matter.
Dropping in to tell you Shizos to get these rookie numbers up, we must secure a future for our favorite streamer.
Thank you, Duff McKagan. Shizos. You hear that, boys? We're Shizos. Thank you, my friend. Man, 3 alpha male alerts in one night? It must have been the Beebs. Yeah, it had to have been the Beebs. We got to play the Beebs every night now. It just does something to the minds of the people. We must secure a future for our favorite streamer. I love that. Thank you, guys. It came on right when I said all these legendary songs. That is a legendary song. Yeah, Colin Rosh, I'd say Hans Zimmer is in that league. Yeah, sort of, but like, are people going to be talking about Hans Zimmer 200, 300 years from now, maybe, I don't know. But like with the Beatles or whatever band came out that produced this amazing song that's become totally legendary and it's in the top 10 rock songs of all time or whatever. I think part of the reason why those songs became great is because there was nothing like them at the time. And if somebody came out and produced one of those songs now, like if the Beatles suddenly with like this anachronistic thing, like the Beatles suddenly became a thing, now they wouldn't even be a thing. Nobody would be listening if someone started producing the Beatles songs new. We never had the Beatles before. Someone started producing Beatles songs now. Nobody would be like, I don't even know if they would be known, if people would even care about it. Now, obviously, I understand, there's a lot of stuff we wouldn't have today if the Beatles hadn't come first, and you can't think in these hypotheticals really, but or these counterfactuals. But I think the composers are something altogether different than most of the great rock bands, like Handel or Wagner or Mozart or Bach or Beethoven or Vivaldi, like all these composers who, in their time, most of them at least, in their time, were recognized as brilliant composers. They were heralded and now they've stuck for hundreds of years. Hundreds of years from now, people are still going to be playing Beethoven's Fifth and the Four Seasons. Like that stuff's going to stick for forever. But I don't know if people will really, if it's even really possible to have a composer emerge like that again. I don't know. Maybe Stephen Limbaugh will be that guy with the Great American Symphony. Reignite a new era of classical music. Wouldn't that be fantastic? Amy's been getting Eastwood. They listen to classical music almost every day at least. And it's beautiful. I walk downstairs and I hear it and I'm like, oh, I know that. I know that one. Oh, it's great. I don't listen to enough classical music, and I'm glad that my wife is piping it out across the house. Okay, on the opposite end of the entertainment spectrum, Giggity First with Glenn Quagmire.
Cleveland Brown sent $3.
Hi, Glenn. Do you find it hard to take female cops seriously? Because I do.
Especially if they're hot, dude. Especially if they're hot.
Holy crap!
I always hope
Here comes the money.
What is happening?
Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar. Ching, ching, bling, bling. Cut the chatter. You ain't talking money, then you're talking no matter.
Yes, we build for the future, and the future always catches up with us. Before we're done building, we've developed something new and have to start rebuilding. That's roughly the kind of people we are: boastful, easygoing, sentimental.
Oh, what a tip, man. What a chat. Hulk Hogan's top guy. I love this. Some of these, I don't even know who it is. I have no idea. Literally no idea. But that is exactly the kind of people we are. Boastful, easygoing, and sentimental. Before we're done building, we've developed something new and have to start rebuilding. That's right. The fact that we need to rebuild is not a curse, it's a blessing. It means we get to put our stamp on another generation of building. Man, so many patriots. Yes, I know who Duff McKagan is. Oh, beautifully said, my friend. Slutty Milk says, just call this the Perry stream with all the alpha males. So many alpha male alerts. Oh, man. Wow, is that 8:47? Holy crap. You guys are going to get us to the we keep up this pace, and we're going to hit the monthly goal this month, and I'm going to have to come up with with this stream. I'm going to have to come up with a new offer, a new thank you offer. I might be giving away another free membership to the King Pill Discord. The USAID money has shifted. That's right. Yeah, Eastwood does need some Luciano Pavarotti. That's right. Mama, you hear that? Pavarotti. Got to make it happen. Okay, Giggity First with Glenn Quagmire.
Cleveland Brown sent $3.
Hi, Glenn. Do you find it hard to take female cops seriously? Because I do.
Especially if they're hot, dude. Especially if they're hot. I always hope I get in trouble with the female cop, you know? You almost hope you get in trouble. They got the uniform on, you know, they get a little rough with you, they push you up against the car. Whoa, whoa, take it easy. Whoa, whoa, relax back there. It's quiet. Hey, shut up, perp. Oh, yeah, female cop. I don't know, the uniform kind of does something to me. I'm not gonna lie. The hat, we gotta bring the hats back. I mean, no, I hate that. If the government ever arrested me, do not send female cops is my worst nightmare. Oh, it'd be so embarrassing. Please, don't, stop, please. I would run on purpose, you know? I'd run on purpose, and then I kind of like do like a light jog, let her catch up. She tackles me, your boots are on my back of my neck. I did get pulled over by a female cop not too long ago, and I was like, be cool, be cool. I got a little flustered, I'm not gonna lie. So they shouldn't be doing that. I don't know what the goal is there. Seems like a psyop.
Yes, that is Nick Fuentes, and I think that's actually that's actually him, like him speaking. He's had a Quagmire voice put on it, but he totally has the pacing and you can hear Nick's voice in it. This is from Weaver Whiteheart. Giggity first with Glenn Quagmire. There's been a few of these going around, but this is the funniest one I've seen so far. Glenn is Nick, yeah. Shane Gillis calls it Rhodesia. We're Rhodesia posting, boys.
Damn, these Rhodesians are pretty sick. And it always starts with DiCaprio in Blood Diamonds. She's like, oh, aren't you South African?
Is the white South African?
I'm from Rhodesia.
Don't we call it
Zimbabwe, don't we?
Do we?
Fuck off. Fuck off.
Piss off, huh?
Rhodesia.
You can't even read.
It's pointless to keep dreaming. The dream will disappear.
Rhodesian Soul on Twitter. It's a banger. I thought I was following him. Why does it say I'm not? What is this bullshit? Stream is stuttering. Are you guys having issues with the stream tonight? Duffhead says, literally just learned last week that Cecil Rhodes is like my great-great-great-uncle. Patriot! Okay, no. All good. No. Okay. All right. Well, Slutty Milk, man. It sounds like, yeah, it only stutters if you're gay. You have something to tell us, Slutty Milk? There's something going on, man? It's okay. It's a safe space here. Okay, a couple little one-off things here. Lab-grown meat has officially been banned in the state of Texas. The law went into effect yesterday. The soy pill, of course, says, can a single right-winger defend this to me without saying, it's scary because lab? And Christian Hines says, progressives have this tendency to go from making things optional to requiring them under penalty of law. As a result, conservatives are preemptively banning things they know the progressive left would love to mandate if they ever had the chance to do so. For example, 89% of Ivy League grads want to strictly ration gas, meat, and electricity to fight climate change. Conservatives look at this and correctly deduce that these people will eventually mandate lab-grown meat as a substitute for regular meat if they ever have the ability to legally force this on normal people. And you know, that's prior to reading this explanation from Christian, I never would have even really thought of it this way. But you know what? I think he's exactly right. Like, lab-grown meat is I just don't really want to eat it just because it's kind of gross. It just kind of, ugh. It just sounds gross. I don't even want to try it. There's something just doesn't seem right about it. I can't make some big philosophical argument about it. But and so for that reason, I'm like, yeah, whatever, ban it. Sure, I don't care. You know, if I was a libertarian, it'd be like, oh, but people have to choose. You have to let the people make their choice. No, fuck it, just ban it. But this here, yes, this is why it's being banned. This is exactly why. I don't care what the health impacts of it are. I don't care if eating it would be just fine. No. We're going to ban it because we're not even going to create the pretext. We're not even going to allow for the incentive structure to emerge where obviously this desire to ban meat eating altogether for all sorts of degenerate climate change and whatever other reasons. No, it's not even going to happen. Nope. Not even going to go there. Nipping you in the bud. Guy's mad about it. Christian says, we're enemies. That's why we ban your things. Thank you. Correct. Patriot. We're banning your thing because we're enemies. This is your thing. You like this thing. We don't like you. We're not going to share a polity with you. You don't get a say in it. It's getting banned. Your side spent a decade imposing your will on us with total impunity. You showed us what kind of people you truly are. Now we hate you and want to see you lose.
Baby. The white man is back.
SLTYMLK will get the nice rooftop. Great idea to throw up legal traps and obstacles against the left. But why stop there? Set up the traps for the uncaps, for the libertarians, for the con-inked Zugbots. Make it impossible to go anywhere but where we want.
Now we're talking. Hulk Hogan's top guy. I like how it it spelled out slutty milk. It didn't say slutty milk, it spelled it out in German. Yeah, set up traps for ANCAPs, libertarians, and the cunning Zogbots. Hell yes. Now we hate you and want to see you lose, and we're coming at you with every possible tool we can. One side is going to win, and the other side is going to lose. Good luck.
So propose a constitutional amendment to prevent that forcing. You don't need to ban a product that isn't even sold yet because it might someday compete with entrenched business interests.
You can actually just do things. Yes, this is exactly it. You can actually just do things.
Oh, you need to do a constitutional amendment.
You need to suck my dick. We're just going to do things. We're going to dunk more on libertarians later, so I'm going to keep it going. But on the timeline, I saw that tweet, and this was the very next one. The algorithm blessed me. Look at this. The anatomy of the perfect burger. Oh, cheese. Nobody should eat a burger with microplastic-filled American cheese. Come on, you deserve better. Get a slice of beautiful Gouda, mild cheddar manchego. You'll appreciate it. Caramelized onions, an essential. Once you add a layer of thinly caramelized onions to your burgers, you'll never go back. That little touch of sweetness brings it all together. This is where whoever made this graphic really went wrong here. I'm not a fan of tomatoes on a burger. False, wrong, fake and gay. Face the wall, please.
They're usually cut too thick. It falls out. It looks uncomfortable. A little bit of lettuce, however, is fine.
Looks prettier. Fuck that. You can keep your lettuce. Give me my tomato. The thicker, the better. Love tomatoes. Pickles or mustard. I don't care what you say. Every burger needs a little acidity. Grow up and eat your pickles. It adds to the architecture of flavor incredibly well. Slice them thin. Place them neatly on the bottom bun with your special sauce. Special sauce. I'm not a huge fan of pickles on burgers. I'll eat them. It's fine. Mustard, though. Yes. Gotta have the mustard. The special sauce. Everyone has a special sauce. That's right. That's right. Everyone does have a special sauce. All the boys, at least. Yeah, we're gonna cut that line of thought off right there. If you don't, you need to make one right now. Do it for the lore. You don't even have to remember the specific ingredient ratios. Just wing it. But make sure to tell everyone that it's your special sauce. Dijon mustard,
white man
smoked
is back,
paprika.
Baby. The white man is back.
Every time I hear good news, I put both arms up at Hulk Hogan, flex and mean mug, haha in the chat for good news.
Haha is in the chat for good news. Austin Trees said so. Haha is in the chat for good news. Thank you, man. Dijon mustard, smoked paprika, roasted garlic, a little bit of raw honey, real barbecue, real mayonnaise, finely chopped tarragon, dill, cilantro, mint. The options are limitless. Slather a thin layer all around your perfectly toasted buns, and it'll take your burger up a level. No seed oils, though. That would ruin it. The patties. Stack as many patties as you dare. Your choice of beef will make or break your burger. 65 to 75% lean with just enough fat for it to melt in your mouth without disintegrating. Highly recommend them ground fresh right in front of you. And sourdough buns. The buns you use matter. The buns. Focus on quality buns. We love quality buns, don't we, boys? Sourdough buns that are toasted perfectly are not just better for your gut, but they're fluffier on the inside and exceptionally tasty. Remember, always prepare your buns last. Nobody likes them soggy. No soggy buns, boys.
I'm gonna come.
This guy who posted this, he said, I hate the way burgers are viewed. Total character assassination. How are they this unhealthy thing? It's literally the best culinary invention of all time. And Heliotrophy says, the burger and milkshake are triumphs of human nutrition. They represent the civilizational quest to
The
transcend.
white man is back, baby. The white man is back.
Tomatoes with salt or you're gay.
Oh, yes. Oh, man. When I'm going to do this now. I haven't thought about this in a while, but when I was a kid, I used to just grab a tomato and a salt shaker and just you take a little bite out the top so you get the inside meat of it, and you put some salt on it and you just eat it like an apple. Dump salt on it and eat it. Oh, yes. Oh, I'm hungry. The burger and milkshake represent the civilizational quest to transcend beyond the barley gruel poverty slop of tawny slaves huddled in Mesopotamian favelas. The burger and milkshake supply the perfect macro balance of carb, fat, protein, and fiber. Furthermore, they're a testament to the real raw elements of our national wealth, our pastures, our supply lines, and our labor pool. The cow is, in fact, the greatest and most lindy form of wealth. The cow is the alchemical power to turn the sunlight sequestered in grass into refined biological energy, the basis for all structure and power. As goes the quality of our burgers, so goes the concrete quality of life of our entire nation. Whoever decries the burger as unhealthy blasphemes. But whosoever soils the burger, who mistreats the cattle, who makes disgusting soybean facsimiles, he sends sevenfold and is consigned to the pit. That's right. 10,000 Patriot points to Heliotrophy for this excellent, excellent post. Shout out to Roman van Ungern Sternberg, Baron von Schizo, Powerful Mutual. If you went back in time and gave a milkshake burger combo to one of our ancestors on the steps, he'd say, hell yeah. That's right. Hell yeah. Love me a burger and milkshake. That is peak America, burger and milkshake. Oh, man. Slutty Mook says bacon cheeseburgers are citizenship tests. Keeps out all the undesirables. That's right. Cheeky says burgers and milkshakes is how you tower over your ancestors. You make them proud. You make your ancestors proud when you eat a burger with a milkshake. Man. Now I'm regretting doing a long lay because I really want a milkshake. I'm gonna have to go get one tomorrow.
White man is back, baby. The white man is back.
Thick toast, mayo, tomato, salt, pepper, more mayo, thick toast. The toasted tomato sandwich is the only acceptable vegetarian option. Hulk Hogan approves.
Yes! God, I'm drooling. Hulk Hogan's top guy is cooking in the chat tonight. Man, I was raised, my mom was vegetarian, and I was raised not strictly vegetarian, but often vegetarian. And I went to the high school I went to was a vegan cafeteria. So I have had my fair share of tomato sandwiches, and that's basically the one like vegan meal that I guess it wouldn't technically be vegan necessarily, but the one vegetarian meal that I will always have time for. Oh. All right, time for another Alp. Gotta suppress the appetite. All right. So you guys have probably heard about this story. Graphic video shows the moments before and after a woman is killed in Charlotte on a light rail train by a fare evader. The Democrat Party at every level has enabled this violence through soft-on-crime policies, Soros-funded DAs and radical activist judges. This is, I think, a something of a turning point, something of a seminal moment. Fair evaders could be here. That's right. I hate fair evaders. The video, I'm going to show the video here. It doesn't, the actual unedited form of the video has not been made public, has not been released, just the edited one. So it leaves a good bit of it to the imagination, but I thought about whether or not I wanted to show this, and I'm going to show it so you can see precisely how absurd, completely cut and dry absurd this is. We've spent how long dealing with bullshit like hands up, don't shoot, I can't breathe, Daniel Penny, George Floyd, all of these stories. And this guy in this video is from the exact same class of people that George Floyd was from. The guy who was made a secular saint, who we were still forced to hear about constantly. Austin Metcalf, another one. We hear about all of these. And here we have, of all of those stories, the most transparently cut and dry, no questions about the story whatsoever, completely unhinged, evil violence, no qualifications whatsoever.
It's 9:46 p.m. You'll notice right away, this looks like any other ride aboard the light rail. People are doing what they do these days, keeping to themselves, scrolling on their phones as they ride along. The man accused in the killing, DeCarlos Brown, is in the red hoodies on the right side of your screen. He appears to be maybe a little emotional, perhaps a little agitated, but nothing disruptive. There's nothing that gets anyone's attention. About 30 seconds later, Irina Zarutska boards. She's wearing a hat and a t-shirt from a pizzeria, and she sits in the row in front of Brown. She has earbuds in and is looking at her phone. She too's just minding her own business. They ride along for around 4 minutes with nothing unusual happening. Then around 9:50 p.m., Brown reaches into a pocket. We've zoomed in on it here. He pulls out a pocket knife. No one notices a thing. Seconds later, he would stand up, and from behind, unprovoked, as we stop the video, he would stab the young woman several times. She had no chance to defend herself. The attack was over in seconds, and when it was over, Brown walked through the train attempting to get off. Few passengers, if any, at first realized what had happened, until they noticed drops of blood on the floor. 90 seconds after the attack, a bystander rushes down to begin lending aid to Zarutska. She would die from her injuries. 30 seconds later, 9:52 p.m., 6 minutes into the video, Brown leaves the light rail.
The video here shows us just how quickly things happened and how difficult it would have been to prevent once he got on the train. And that is an important part to all of this. From what we've been told, Brown never should have been on the train. Authorities tell WBTV he did not buy a ticket. CAT says it is working on ways to keep fare skippers off mass transit.
You know, it's almost comical how, like, the fact that he was a fare evader is like, okay, of course he was. Like, the fact that this is the takeaway from this is CAT is going to make sure that we keep the fare evaders off of there. This is America under Democrats. This is not an accident. This isn't just, oopsie. This is intentional policy. This is why the Democrat Party must be outlawed. It must be eliminated. Not just voted out. It must be removed. All vestiges of it must be removed from society. Because there has been a sustained effort for decades to facilitate exactly this sort of thing happening. This isn't an accident. This isn't an inconvenient externality. This is what the Democrat Party exists to create. This specifically. And until Donald Trump came along, the Republican Party existed as pretend opposition to that. This was the state of American politics, with no end in sight, until Donald Trump came along. And you want to tell me that America is this great empire? The hegemonic power of the world? When this sort of thing happens in our streets, in our cities, as a matter of intentional policy? Violent thugs being intentionally released in the streets so that they will kill people? So that they will terrorize the population? This isn't just like a political issue. No, the Democrat Party is a party of terrorism. Elected Democrats are criminals. Affiliating yourself with the Democrat Party is not socially acceptable. It's a criminal act. You are actively choosing to align yourself with terrorists. There's no way around it. You can't argue with it. No ifs, ands, or buts. Now, of course, you compare this to, yeah, that's right, this is why we're enemies. All of these things go together. The climate change and the blocking out the sun and the banning meat eating and releasing violent criminals, subhuman criminals to go stab innocent girls on the train. These all go together. This must be ruthlessly expunged from society, or we do not have a civilization and will not have a civilization. Our leadership has a sacred duty to prevent these sort of things from happening. And if they don't, they are guilty. And anybody who affiliates themselves with it is implicitly endorsing it. After spending the last 15 years being bludgeoned over the head with all of this gay, racialized Black Lives Matter rhetoric, and the media falling all over themselves to turn these things into stories and just hammering us with this propaganda over and over and over and over and over again. They could not be arsed to touch this until our guys forced them to. Because we control the narrative now. They will jump when we tell them to jump. They didn't want to touch this. It took them until, this was on, I think this was on the 6th, the 5th or the 6th. And it was only being talked about on local news. And it was our guys posting on Twitter that turned this into a national story. And it's not going to go away anytime soon. Look at this. 0 AP stories on this deadly attack. 0 PBS stories on this deadly attack. 0 New York Times stories. 0 NPR stories. 0 Wall Street Journal stories. 0 BBC stories. 0 CNN stories. 0 WAPO stories. 0 Reuters stories. 0 MSNBC stories. This was at least 24 hours after this. The most clear, cut and dry story like this of all time. The corporate press exists to run cover for black criminals terrorizing people in the streets. That's why they exist. That's their primary means for existence. And if it was not for Twitter, nobody would know this story. They would have actively suppressed it and prevented people from hearing about it because it clearly implicates a black man and the victim is a white girl. If the roles are reversed, is the easiest narrative of all time. I don't even need to say it. He killed her because she's white. Didn't need to know anything about her. He's possessed by a demon, a body without consciousness, became a vessel for a consciousness without body, and targeted her specifically because she is white and innocent and easy to target. And the corporate press actively covers up for this because the people in the corporate press, the producers, the reporters, the journalists, they're complicit in this as well. All of these organizations, AP, PBS, New York Times, NPR, Wall Street Journal, BBC, CNN, WAPO, Reuters, MSNBC, these are criminal organizations. They should not exist. Everyone involved in these organizations should be assessed for their complicity in being an accessory to violent crime. That's what a civilization would do. Schizo Freak says this is a totally unwinnable story for them. If you're a left-wing spin doctor, this is basically worst-case scenario. Completely savage, unprovoked murder with zero room for debate, all on video. Obviously thuggish black perp with a zillion prior convictions, led off by judges who don't believe in prison for black crime. Attractive girl slaughtered because she didn't know the secret unspoken rules about who not to sit by. If you're in a public place and there are black people around, particularly black men, either by themselves or with others, and particularly if they look like this guy, don't turn your back to them. Don't leave your wife and children around them. You've got to give your kids the talk. Shout out to John Derbyshire. Who cares if people call you racist? Yes. In this case, being racist would have meant she was still alive today. The fact that she wasn't racist is why she's dead. Obviously, there's plenty of black people who would never do this, who are appalled by this. That's fine. If you're a black person who wouldn't do this, who would be appalled by this, you need to go out of your way to never look like this guy. Sorry, it's all I can tell you. Because we cannot sacrifice our own people because we're just going to give up on thin slicing, on being able to quickly assess for threats. If you look like this guy, you're presenting yourself as a threat. You could be a black guy and not look like this guy. You could be a black guy and not make yourself look threatening. If you're a black guy, it's incumbent upon you, if you don't want people to perceive you as a threat, you need to present yourself as not a threat. Sorry. Don't know what to tell you. Yeah, just look at Ben Carson or Trump's HUD guy. If a young Ben Carson was sitting there, nobody's going to perceive him as a threat because he's not. This guy is absolutely a threat, presenting himself as a threat. This guy had 14 previous arrests. Was it arrests or convictions? I don't remember. I have the details later on here. There was zero reason that he should have been on the streets. The reason he was on the streets is because Democrats want violent criminals on the streets terrorizing you and your families. If you're a black guy and you don't want people to perceive you as a threat, you need to dress like a white guy. It's that simple. Because America is a nation founded by and for white people.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
It's time to start arresting people for dressing like criminals. Give him 72 hours in the clink so that we can make sure they aren't criminals, and jail them if they are.
Sure. Yeah, you should absolutely be if you're someone who's dressed or looks like a gangster, like a thug, you should absolutely be stopped by police and questioned and have your record checked. Because that's what it takes to live in a civilization. It can't be fashionable to look like a thug, to dress like a gangster, to act like a gangster, to talk like a gangster. No. You're going to get put down if you dress or act or talk that way. Because we need our cities to be safe. We need our children and our women to be safe. Hell, we need our men to be safe. But first and foremost, we need our women and children to be safe. Or we don't have a civilization anymore. America's a nation founded by and for white people. That doesn't mean non-white people can't live here, but the non-white people who are going to live here must assimilate to the fact that this is a white nation, founded by white people for their progeny. So you could be a non-white person living here. There's lots of non-white people whose ancestry goes back here probably further than mine does. My family, on one side, my family came in the late 1800s. On the other side, they came in the late early 1800s. There's non-white people whose ancestors have been here longer than that. This is the only home that they know. I think it's absurd to say that every single non-white person is going to be kicked out of the country or should be kicked out of the country. It's completely inane. You're not a serious person if you're suggesting something like that. It's never going to happen, and it shouldn't happen. Plenty of non-white people belong here. But to be here, they must assimilate to the predominant culture, which is white.
White man is back, baby! The white man is back!
Horrible things are happening to people, so we may have to do horrible things in response, DJT. Also, fuck Kaguya's Top Girl.
Yeah, there's some inside baseball for you. If you're not on the X streets, you might not know who Kaguya's top gal is, but it's as bad as you think. Yeah, we're gonna get to Trump's comments on this here in just a minute. The attractive girl was slaughtered because she didn't know the secret unspoken rules about who not to sit by. You have to tell your children they cannot just sit around someone like this and turn their back to him. Doesn't matter who shames them. This is a matter of life and death. Because we have had institutionalized power for decades dedicated to the cause of finding as many people like this and cultivating as much violent crime tendencies in them as possible, and then releasing them into the streets to terrorize us. The victim was literally a Ukrainian refugee who managed to escape a war only to be killed using basic American public transit. The incident is much more representative of what crime in the US looks like than any recent left-wing outrage cause, and it cannot be hand-waved as a fluke. They're trying, but they're not going to be successful. This is an extremely radicalizing story. The fatigue is at an all-time high. Every left-wing propagandist who touches this is doxing as a huge retard. They freaked out for months over a white kid smirking at an Indian, or Rittenhouse defending himself, or any of 800 other hoaxes. But they're desperately begging you to ignore this and pretend it didn't happen. They say that unless you do this, you are the one pushing a narrative. I cannot say this with enough venom. These people are sick. They're not decent. They're not naive. They're sick. All of the politicians, all the journalists, all the reporters, all the people bought into the worldview that would freak out for months about a white kid smirking at an Indian and would actively cover up this story. Sick. Not even human. must be disenfranchised, must be maintained in a holding pen, must be submitted to hard labor until they learn how to be a human being. Which may not be ever, and if that's the case, fine. Bring back the asylums and load them up with journalists. This guy said, don't forget the crime is perpetrated with a knife, so they can't default to gun violence as an excuse. He says, this is huge too. They can't even pretend to care by making it about gun violence. Of course, the per capita people, the non-per capita understanders show up. He said, crazy part here is had this guy not done this all on camera, there's a very decent chance they would have just let him out for the 38th time for this one too. These judges are actually just killing people at this point. Yes, if this guy if this was not caught on camera, this guy would be let back out in very short order. Because we have an epidemic of judges who want violent criminals like this on the streets. Because those judges are never going to be subject to them. But the rest of us will be. They get off on it. They're power tripping. It makes them horny when Americans get killed. That's the type of person we're talking about. This story is the fact that this story went viral like it did is due in large part to Elon Musk. He is on one. So, of course, the retard brigade, after this had been going as a story on Twitter for a day, the retard brigade was talking about how Trump has betrayed us again because he hasn't tweeted about this story yet. Do you realize what that implies? You've gotten so used to the fact that he is so plugged in to Twitter narratives that when he doesn't tweet about something that is being actively suppressed by the mainstream press, when he doesn't tweet about it or even know every last little detail about it within a single day, while he's doing everything else he's doing, suddenly he's let you down. Look at where he's put your expectations, and you have the fucking gall to call him a traitor or say he's not doing anything or he hasn't done enough? How could you even have that expectation in the first place if he hasn't been doing anything? I've had it with these people, man. So he's asked about it.
You've seen this video, and do you have any reaction to it?
Yeah, and where was the subway was where?
She was in Charlotte on a light train. She was stabbed multiple times by a...
Horrible. No, I haven't heard. Okay. When did this happen?
It happened in August, but the video just came out.
I see, yeah. I see the video. I'll know all about it by tomorrow morning. Okay? Thank you. Yeah.
Holy shit, I caught something that time that I didn't catch the first couple times I saw this video. It happened in August. This happened well over a week ago. It took days to even start trending on Twitter. Oh my God. He says, I'll know all about it by tomorrow morning. And sure enough, by the next morning, well, okay, I'll get to his commentary in just a sec. We now have Fox News crime stats posting.
Now, why would that be? Why would one story demand 100 articles and another story 0 articles? And it's because the media is more interested in the all capitals story, the narrative, than the facts or the truth. Take a look at the difference here. I want to show you the actual truth when it comes to crime. The story is about race. Race. Take a look at the black on white crimes, 385,000 in 2023. The white on black crimes, just under 118,000. You see the comparative numerical difference. But now, here's what the media actually does. They did what our camera operator just began to do a moment ago. I'm going to step out of the way. I'm going to show you literally what the media does with a camera. They zoom in on this number. This number, devoid of context. Now, why would that be?
You're not ready for what's coming. The boomers are about to get 1350 activated. That's what's happening now. We're about to get Steve Saylor being interviewed on Fox News. That's why I'm saying this story is a turning point. This is a big one. Big one. And here's the thing. Unknown on white, that's a pretty big-ass number. And the white, I've seen all of the criminal records where it's an obviously black guy listed as white, or a Hispanic guy listed as white, or a mulatto guy listed as white. That definitely doesn't happen in the other direction. You're definitely not going to get a white guy listed as black. Because could you imagine?
To the gulag. If you survive, you earn your freedom.
Welcome, Duffhead. Subscribing. I think you probably, resubscribed. Thank you, man. Reminder, please do subscribe if you're watching on Kick. We're at 99 subs right now. Can we get over 100 tonight? Get back up over 100. We dropped down to like 60 for a little bit there. And if you do subscribe on Kick versus YouTube, then Kick only takes 5%. One of the many things that makes Kick better than YouTube. Thank you, Duffhead. Can you imagine artificially inflating the black crime statistics? What this means, though, is that the white crime statistics have been artificially inflated.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
The boomers are about to have red pill suppositories forced on them.
That's right, Slasher. Again, perfect timing with the Sam Hyde clip. The white crime statistics are overstated. Think about that for a second.
Gulag. If you survive, you earn your freedom.
Truckler has gifted a sub to Ninja of Spades. Thank you, guys. So the 1352 or 1358 or 1350 or whatever the number is, that number is understating the reality. If you have a bunch of non-whites who are overrepresented as white, when they're actually not white, then the crime statistics are understating the non's complicity in crime. So white people, even the numbers, even the disparity you're looking at here, white people are even less responsible for violent crime than this. And this is going to hit the boomers like a frickin' truck. I can't believe that Fox actually went there with this. Will Cain is a patriot. Get that man a security outfit. Meanwhile, I almost didn't play this, but for the contrast, it's everything you would expect. This fucking semi-sentient potato, Brian Stelter. This is the CNN take when they're finally talking about it.
Most murders in the U.S. never become national news. This one's garnered attention for a couple of reasons. Number one, first and foremost, the recent release of that gruesome video. Second, the energy from pro-Trump activists. They picked up on this video from local news and ran with it. It's a little bit like the times when civil rights groups have raised attention about police-involved shootings. In this case, it is Trump-aligned influencers who are posting up a storm about this case on social media.
This is part of the reason why I was going to play this. Even they are beginning to, in their own way, recognize the direction of the information flow now. They are now in this reactive posture. All they can do is report on whatever Trump-aligned influencers decide is going to be the story. We control the narrative now.
Really, over the weekend, Elon Musk, Charlie Kirk, other Trump-aligned figures succeeded in making this senseless death a symbol of big city crime. We heard President Trump asked about it yesterday when he was heading home from New York City. He didn't seem to know much about it. He said he would get briefed, and then today, Trump did know all about it. That's exactly what has happened here. This story has trickled up from local news to social media and now to the president's attention.
Yes, exactly. Oh, what a pause scene. Oh, man. That's exactly what happened. You motherfuckers didn't take the story up, so we did. Posters are in control. We ensured that this story got to the White House. And then you can just react and complain and desperately try to wrangle the narrative. But it's that train has left the station, brother.
And it's being used, as you said, Brianna, as a political symbol, with MAGA media calling for more forceful punishments and more incarceration. I have to say, some of the replies to Musk, some of the comments around this story are baldly racist, stoking fear of African Americans because this man attacked a white woman. The open racism on sites like X today, it's eye-popping. But there are also legitimate questions about this so-called career criminal, someone who had been a repeat offender. And those questions, I hope they're not lost amid all of the cesspool kind of comments on social media.
Think about that. So the story here, this is the position they've been put in. He can't even just make the story all about the racism. He can't help himself. He has to talk about it. But he actually says, hopefully the racism doesn't drown out the actual subject here. And think about the idea that there's a phrase, career criminal. How the fuck does this phrase even exist? How are you a career criminal? How are you not dead? People should never even be able to attain the status of career criminal because they should be taken out and shot before they get there. You don't get to be a career criminal. If you want to make a career out of being a criminal, we're going to kill you. Because that's what it takes to have a civilization. But look how far even CNN has been dragged along here. Even CNN now. They have to say, oh yeah, there's racism, but hopefully that doesn't drown out the fact that why was this career criminal still on the streets? We're dragging him kicking and screaming. They have no choice. And then here, for more on Fox, here's Greg Gutfeld reacting to Stelter.
I'm tired also of the term mental illness being used as a cover for criminality. When a thug targets a woman, that is not insane. He knows she's weaker. When he comes from behind with a knife, that's not insane. He minimizes her ability to inflict harm on him. When the thug flees, that's sane because he knows if he stays, he'll be arrested. So what would be insane would be if he were to face off against a man without a weapon, somebody like a Tyrus. That would be insane. You'd go, okay, that's crazy. But almost all of these people that do this stuff, they go after women. That is not insane. That's self-preservation. This is not insanity. It's an evil mind. And it's an evil mind that is somehow excused in a culture that weaponizes victim status. In this case, mental illness. And what is it about a society that contributes to this? And I say this based on my own personal evidence of being on city streets every single day in New York, that when a homeless person is shouting at people, he's not shouting, I really made a mess of my life. Boy, I really screwed up. No. His aggression is purely blaming other things and other people. He blames the world, he blames people, he blames you. So we're living in a progressive ideological nightmare where the worst in society is empowered by a sense of victimhood. So when this happens, they will still get people like Brian Stelter that says, oh, be careful of the racism, or other people saying, you know what? We really need to be concerned about our services to the mentally ill, which may or may not be true, but he's not mentally ill. He needs to be executed. Lastly, I asked Grok for a conservative count of the number of times the George Floyd video was played, looking at tweets and social media, Instagram, news networks. It came to a conservative number of 975 million times. That is not counting retweets. So that is a snapshot of this liberal disease, the hierarchy of problems. The media and politicians, people like Stelter, implore you not to cover one problem, but to amplify another one to a destructive degree that leads to riots, leads to dozens of deaths. But do not cover this other thing because that is racist. And that is not as important. In the hierarchy of problems, we decide what you cover.
They're coming along. Now, interestingly here, shout out to Ruthuglican for highlighting this. Kash Patel posted, the FBI has been investigating the Charlotte train murder from day one. Stay tuned. Now, isn't that interesting? I wonder what cause the FBI would have had to get involved in it immediately from day one. Huh. I wonder what they're investigating. Because murder, like he's a murderer, he murdered someone. That's not a federal crime. That's handled at the state level. So what reason do they have to investigate? I wonder what they might be investigating. Remember when I said that our guys, it used to be that the administration, the politicians and stuff, they're behind everything. Our guys are driving. Our guys are the vanguard. We're pushing it. The posters are much smarter than and more plugged in than the people who are actually in office or in positions of authority. And now that has flipped. So here we go. This happened in August. And the FBI has been investigating it since then. And it just now finally got to us. But they've already been on it. Very, very interesting. Okay, there was something that I wanted to... I had something in the back of my mind that I was going to react to. Something someone said. Let me see if it was here in the chat. So many things to keep track of. So many things happening here. Oh, yeah. So Bobby Ballbags, is that who said this here? He said, a Jeep coworker told me the subway stabby guy is being represented by a lawyer named Ray Sisman. That's your Jeep coworker got by a parody account. There is let me see if I can find it here. I've seen this one around for a few years. It's this here. Reverend Ray Sisman. Anti-racist, anti-white black activist. It's a parody account that if you're outraged by this, then now you know how we feel. It's quite good. It's quite a good account. It was a mostly peaceful train ride until that white girl showed up. And it gets people. It gets people very often. I think the first time I ever saw it, it got me too. But then you say his name out loud, Reverend Ray Sisman. Here you go, right here. Proof white men are violent criminals too. Dark white skin on Steve Stevens. Okay, so here was the Kash Patel thing, and then so Trump
White
reacted.
Man is back, baby. The white man is back.
France has fallen. Question mark. At least that's what X is saying.
Yeah, the French government has collapsed. Now it's not that it means that within their parliamentary system, their ruling coalition has fallen apart, and they have to reconstitute it again. I don't totally understand the way the French government is constructed. I kind of vaguely get it, but it's weird. It's weird European stuff. But this isn't the first time that it's happened, but it is a sign of much more to come. This is Macron is moving more and more toward lame duck status. And yeah, this happens in France like twice a week. Theodore Dragonsbane says it wouldn't be a normal year if the French government didn't collapse. Shout out Theodore Dragonsbane. Good to see you, man. Hope life as a married man is treating you well. But yeah, so it's both a big story and not a big story at the same time. The way that they frame it, though, the way the story, their government has collapsed, it makes you think that, it's anarchy in the streets. And I mean, it already was anarchy in the streets under the government. But It just means that they're going to have to reconstitute it, and expect Germany and the UK are probably not going to be super far behind. Starmer and Merz aren't going to be long for the roles that they're in, because the sovereign debt crisis is really starting to take root. May have some more on that in tomorrow's show, but thank you for the super chat, man. Here was Trump's truce once he finally got briefed on the story. He said, "I've seen the horrific video of a beautiful young Ukrainian refugee who came to America to escape the vicious war in Ukraine and was innocently riding the metro in Charlotte, North Carolina, where she was brutally ambushed by a mentally deranged lunatic. The perpetrator was a well-known career criminal who had been previously arrested and released on cashless bail in January, a total of 14 times. What the hell was he doing riding the train and walking the streets? Criminals like this need to be locked up. The blood of this innocent woman can literally be seen dripping from the killer's knife. And now her blood is on the hands of the Democrats who refuse to put bad people in jail, including former disgraced governor and wannabe Senator Roy Cooper. North Carolina and every state needs law and order, and only Republicans will deliver it. Additionally, where's the outrage from the mainstream media on this horrible tragedy? Vote for Michael Whatley for United States Senate. He won't let this happen again." Roy Cooper is a massive piece of shit. Look at this. Look at this beautiful girl. That's one of the things that really makes this story hit, I think, for a lot of people, is just the fact that she's beautiful. I mean, it would still hit if she wasn't, but her being like a supermodel white girl and him looking like this, just really, really, that contrast, just, and the brutality of her murder. This story is really going to amp the fatigue levels up massively. Yeah, Hunt Pritchard, I hope this single-handedly cost Cooper the Senate race. I think it probably will. I would be really surprised if it doesn't. This is the mayor of Charlotte. And here's her reaction. This is the type of person who needs to be charged criminally for this. She said the suspect appeared to have struggled with mental health and suffered a crisis. She said Charlotte and its transit system are by and large safe, but the incident highlights the need for stronger support systems. Quote, "We will never arrest our ways out of issues such as homelessness and mental health. Mental health disease is just that. A disease like any other that needs to be treated with the same compassion, diligence, and commitment as cancer or heart disease. This bitch is trying to make him into the victim. These people are sick. He is not a victim. You will not turn him into one. This is not about mental health. And frankly, this isn't even about the story of the criminal himself. The criminal was the weapon. The knife wasn't the weapon. The criminal was the weapon. This woman was the perpetrator. She is the one who committed this murder. As is the magistrate. We'll talk about her in just a minute. This is what it's going to take for us to have a civilization again. Women like this do not get power. They do not get respect. They don't get a say-so in anything. They get to be grateful that they're alive. No woman like this should ever be in any position of authority anywhere in the country. Matt Walsh has been on one. He said the mayor of Charlotte blames the savage stabbing of an innocent woman on mental health disease, which she says should be treated with compassion in the same way that we treat cancer. Mental health has become an excuse for all human evil. That was always the intention. The psychiatric industry is a plague on mankind. Redeemed Zoomer says the mayor of Charlotte used mental health as an excuse for why Irina Zaritska's killer was released back on the streets after arrest 14 times. She said we can't arrest our way out of homelessness and mental health. Yes, we can. It's time to be honest. Mental health, as our society understands it, is fake. It's a Freudian heresy designed to absolve people of sin. Irina was killed by mental health. So are all the hundreds of innocent people killed by violent thugs released on the streets by judges who lack the spine to enforce the law. Cleanse the streets of all who display violent or antisocial behavior. They're better off in jail than crapping themselves and passing out due to drug overdoses each day. And this reminded me of this legendary tweet from Nick Land. Once you see it, you can never unsee it. The notion that retardation is a mitigating rather than aggravating factor in regards to criminal culpability is sufficient on its own to condemn an entire legal philosophy. I know Nick Land can be a little dense. What he's saying is the fact that being a retard means you get less of a penalty instead of more is sufficient on its own to just throw out the entire legal tradition. Being retarded should not mean you get less criminal penalty. Should not mean that you get released back out onto the streets sooner. It should be the opposite. If the excuse is, oh, he's retarded. That's why he violently assaulted someone. That's why he murdered someone. That's why he raped someone. Because he's retarded. Okay, that's all the more reason that he should never be out on the streets again. The fact that we've lived in this world where you could be, like, mentally unfit to stand trial, and somehow that means that you get the consequences are eased, is completely insane. Congenitally incapable of avoiding criminality, even if he wanted to, so innocent, I guess. This is the kind of argument the technical term shitlib was coined for. Shitlibs need to be bludgeoned into submission. Shitlibs do not get representation. Shitlibs do not get a say in how society is run. Matt Walsh, our society is held hostage by a tiny minority of violent antisocial degenerates. What makes it all the more infuriating is that it doesn't have to be like this. We could have all of these criminals off the street permanently in the span of a few months if we had the will. We don't have to live this way. King Bingo says because in modern society he's considered the equal of her and should be released from prison 14 times so he's free to stab her. Yeah, this woman and this guy are not equals and cannot and should not be treated or recognized as equals in any sense whatsoever. This is why liberalism destroys itself. Because it will destroy the society that it's within. It won't just destroy the civilization, it will destroy the society altogether. It will not even continue to exist. It will self-destruct. Everybody knows these people aren't equals. A child knows they aren't equals. You have to be conditioned through decades of sustained propaganda over and over and over again by people who hate humanity to even begin to start thinking of them as equals. Elon has been posting about this, and this fucking faggot, shitlib, says there are 50 murders in this country every day, and these people only care when it fits their narrative. Matt Walsh said the narrative exists because the majority of those 50 daily murders are committed by 13% of the population. They don't realize how much of a slippery slope they're sliding down right now. This point right here, there are 50 murders in this country every day. Who's committing those murders? Shitlib faggot. Why are you defending murderers? Why are you advocating for the continued existence of 50 murders a day, overwhelmingly from a single subset of the population? Overwhelmingly victimizing a single subset of the population. And of course, of all of the people out there, the person who, hold on a second, let me make sure that I didn't miss anything back here. Nope, it wasn't there. Making sure that I didn't miss any quote tweets back here. Okay, no. All right, so Elon signal boosts this, sorely needed. Congressman Randy Fine. This fat piece of shit. Of course he is the congressman. Because apparently Thomas Massie was nowhere to be found. Thomas Massie's busy with other very important things. He can't be bothered to do something significant like this. He says, I'm going to introduce legislation to hold judges accountable when violent repeat offenders they release commit new crimes. It's easy to release criminals when you're protected by an armed bailiff at all times. The rest of us aren't so lucky. Those 12-plus judges that released DeCarlos Brown Jr. should have their day in court, too. And my exact reaction here, heartbreaking, the worst person you know, just made a great point. We were discussing this in the King Pilled Discord, that Randy Fine kind of looks like if Thomas Massie ate Chris Christie. But, like, how bad off do you have to be to have fucking Randy Fine beating you to the punch on this? And Elon's all over it, of course. Elon's going to make sure something happens on this point. This guy says, so let me get this straight. A bartender can go to prison for serving drinks to a drunk person if they drive and murder someone, but judges aren't accountable after letting a 14-time repeat offender murder a young woman? And Elon said, let's change the law. Between now and then, name and shame the DAs and judges who enable murder, rape, and robbery. But especially shame those who funded the campaigns of the DAs and judges. That will make the biggest difference. And you won't believe it. This is the magistrate who let him out in January. Not a joke. 100% serious. This woman. I saw people who were saying that she didn't pass the bar. Apparently, to be a magistrate in North Carolina, you don't have to pass the bar. You just have to have a bachelor's degree. But the story gets even better. Magistrate Judge Teresa Stokes, who released 14-time criminal DeCarlos Brown Jr., is also the director of operations at Second Chance Services, a mental health and addiction clinic in Charlotte, North Carolina. Does this judge release violent criminals into her treatment center to get paid by a government contract? When I said, I wonder what the FBI is investigating, this is what I was thinking about. Whether this woman is actually doing that. Like, let's say she's investigated and no, there's no connection there. She still needs to be legally held responsible for that murder. Make Teresa Stokes, give her her own Wikipedia page. She can occupy a permanent place in the annals of American history as the one who was made an example of. And no one who looks like Teresa Stokes should ever be a magistrate judge again. Elon says, does sound like a possible conflict of interest. He's everywhere. He's all over this. Very interesting. Her clinic does court-ordered evaluations. Also look into her failed wing business with drag queens and how she got the money to start that. Then look into if she passed the bar anywhere she works. She hasn't. She doesn't need to pass the bar. That was She's a magistrate. She has a law degree, but she also owns a company that does court-ordered treatment for criminals and addicts. She started that business after she became a magistrate. The Anons are all over it. Yes. She is guilty of murder. She is legally guilty of murder. She must be prosecuted. If the legal precedent isn't there, it must be created. We've had enough of this. This can't keep happening. These people are sick. And if she's just retarded and she just doesn't know any better, that's not an excuse. That means she's too retarded to own her own home or drive a car or exist as an independent person in society. She needs to live under supervision. We can't keep living like this. Joel Webbin has also been very much on this. He shares this video, a youth mob versus one white guy waiting for his train in Philly.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now, you can save £50 per person. That's £200 off for a family of 4. We've got millions of free child place holidays available, with 22 kilograms of baggage included.
Shout out to that young king. Joel Webbin says social media, especially X, is no longer suppressing these plentiful stories the way it once was. Technology has placed a video camera in everyone's pocket. In a very short time, you will see conversations of segregation begin to arise, even in mainstream. The only alternative is for strict rule of law, federalizing every major city in America, mass arrests, maximum penalty for every criminal, public executions displayed on national television for every murderer. America must put the fear of God in the hearts of every thug, or self-segregation will be the most moderate response you could hope for. I've long said that the death penalty should be carried out publicly, and the people who are responsible for pushing the button or pulling the trigger or whatever should be the victim or the families of the victims. Make it very direct and personal, and make sure everybody's aware of it, everyone watches it, and everyone lives every day knowing that if they make the same type of decision, they're going to wind up broadcast to the entire world while they're put to death. This is civilization. If it seems barbaric to you, that's because you've been living in a barbaric reality that was sold to you as compassionate. There needs to be vastly more not just public executions, but executions, period. Capital punishment needs to be employed far, far more than it actually is. And it needs to be done publicly. What's barbaric is living with the consequences of people who should die, who should be put to death, who are not put to death, and go on to continue victimizing people. That's barbaric. And it's also barbaric to take something very serious like capital punishment and hide it off, sequester it off so people can pretend it's not happening. No, you need to watch it. You need to see what it looks like when someone is hanged. When their neck snaps. And they poop themselves and they dangle at the end of the rope. It's not good for human beings to be deprived of that. It gives us a very warped sense of what life and death are. Only the last couple generations of human beings in only some countries in the world have lived in this weird little bubble where we aren't confronted by that sort of thing on a regular basis. Yeah, executions used to be public. It's also barbaric to keep someone alive for 20 years when they're on death row. Yes, correct, on Treader Voyage. Great name, by the way. Like, why should we be forced to pay tens of thousands of dollars a year to keep this person in a cage on death row, employing a bunch of lawyers to just go over the case time and to just go back and forth and appeals and fuck all of that. They're put to death or they're banished. They're exiled. They're sent to a work camp. If you have a question about their conviction, like in this case, there's no question. The dude's literally on video. Zero question about it whatsoever. And he's been arrested 14 times. The majority of them are violent. Put him to death. He has forfeited his right to be alive. Put him to death. Let the matter of his soul be cared for by God. If you have questions about whether or not the person is guilty, send them to a work camp. Exile them. These are foundational pillars of civilization that the toxic brainworm of liberalism has extracted, has pulled out from underneath us. And then everyone wonders why civilization's crumbling and falling apart. This is the longhouse. The longhouse must burn. We're bringing back strong government. My wife said in Eastwood's Bible lesson this morning, we talked about Noah and his family and how they knew their friends and family would die and what they would have seen and heard, the importance of following God's word or the actual consequences of it. Yep. Devin Erickson, you have two and only two choices. You can put bad people in prison, or you can run your entire society like a prison. That's the UK, by the way. The UK, they've folded the prisons inside out. The entire society is now the prison. They're doing this in Canada as well. The entire society is now a prison. It's an island prison. The inmates run free. The inmates run the asylum. Facilitated by the prison guards. Failure to choose the first eventually leads to the second. Crime isn't the problem. Crime was solved millennia ago by a guy named Hammurabi. Here's the solution to serious crime. First, admit to yourself that almost all the really bad crimes, the stuff you care about, are committed by the same small percentage of people doing it over and over again. Second, admit to yourself that you cannot fix those people and therefore it doesn't matter if it's their fault or not. If they can do it again, they will do it again. 3, get rid of those people. To get rid of crime, get rid of criminals. It really is that simple. And for thousands of years it has worked. Whether it's a rope, a prison cell, or exile, you simply remove them from any situation where they can reoffend. So why are ordinary folks having to go out and administer street justice? Why are tech entrepreneurs trying to make millions selling modern high-tech computerized drones for a problem that Hammurabi solved 4,000 years ago with a tree and some rope? It's because all this money and effort isn't really being spent to fix the problem. It's being spent to prop up a failed philosophy. A philosophy that refuses steps 1 and 2 above. Goes like this. All human beings are unique, beautiful snowflakes filled with infinite potential. Sometimes they misbehave due to poor upbringing, lack of resources, or ignorance, but if they do, we need to view them with compassion, because we are just one bad day away from being them, and they all deserve to be saved, to be rehabilitated, to get a second chance. There's a Christian version of it too, which goes like this. Every man is his brother's keeper, and we are all equally sinners in the eyes of God. Judgment is reserved for the Lord alone, and Christ's forgiveness is infinite, even for the worst sinners. If we wish to be like Christ, we must forgive and attempt to redeem even the worst among us. Sounds nice, doesn't it? Wouldn't it be nice if every human being were of infinite value? Because that would mean you're of infinite value even on days when you sit around in your bathrobe eating Haagen-Dazs out of the carton and binge watching old episodes of Star Trek. Wouldn't it be nice if we all deserved infinity chances? Because then all your screw-ups wouldn't matter. But nice or not, it's the luxury belief system to end all luxury belief systems. And I should be clear here. I'll say this. This thing here is, more properly, would be quote-unquote Christian. Because this isn't Christian. This is Longhouse Christianity. I mean, all you have to do is read the Bible, for goodness sakes. Read the Bible, and it's very, very clear that this perspective has no place in it. The Bible is not soft on crime. This is a liberalized, distorted version of Christianity. Which, liberalism is itself a distorted version of Christianity. It's a perverted derivation of it. You can forgive and attempt to redeem. Sometimes the best way to redeem someone is to kill them before they can stain their soul by committing further crimes. That's the role of the death penalty. It's to protect the rest of society, it's to serve as a deterrent, and it's to end the person's life before they sin more. It's merciful. If you kill them before they commit more crimes, they have less that they have to take to the Lord, to be confronted on. And that death should be immediate and swift. Only people who are insulated from violent sociopaths have the privilege of caring whether there is good buried somewhere deep within them or not. All the people who are broke and can't afford to live far away from them, behind guarded walls, are just trying not to be stabbed or shot or beaten to death. To say nothing of raped, robbed, burglarized, vandalized, threatened, or harassed. It doesn't matter why a person did a bad thing. It doesn't matter whether it's his fault. The only thing that matters is if he's going to do it over and over again. And the bad people who will do it over and over again are clearly identifiable. They're the ones who do it again and again. And why they do it again and again is clearly understandable. They're the ones who don't care how other people feel. If crime were due to lack of resources, then people who committed property crimes wouldn't go on to commit violent crimes. But they do. Because they're not Jean Valjean stealing a loaf of bread. They're not Aladdin from the Disney cartoon. They're the bad people who don't care how others feel. You have to get rid of them. If you're unwilling to do that, all of the drone footage in the world is nothing but a highlight reel. If you're willing to do that, you don't need drones because Hammurabi didn't need them either. You don't have to solve every crime. You don't have to catch the perpetrator of every bad act. You just have to catch the bad people, which you can do because they do it again and again. So just get rid of them. It's really that simple. If you don't believe me, follow Nayib Bukele and see what's happening in El Salvador. The only hard part is abandoning the comforting lie that evil does not exist. Banger tweet from one of our great posters. Yeah, Ian Rhodes, we put down violent dogs. And it doesn't need to be, you don't need to torture them. That's bad. If you take criminals and you torture them, and you gratify, you get off on making their deaths as painful and protracted as possible, that's bad. That's not good. That's not civilizational behavior. It's not good for you. You're staining your own soul. No, you kill them by hanging them, shooting them, beheading them. Honestly, like, lethal injection is fucking barbaric as hell. Just chop their head off. Just kill them. Make it swift, simple, straightforward, get it done with, and everybody has to see it and be aware of it. Okay. Now, I actually got this video is a little bit out of order here because I'm not quite ready to talk about the Rand Paul thing yet. We're going to get to that here in a minute. But check GC for GigaJew's reaction. Oh, hold on. Let me see. I have a clip of his here in a minute, but if this is a newer one, then I'll pull it up here. This is relevant for okay. This is relevant for this subject, and it also this is part of what was difficult about getting this show put together is that these issues tie into each other so much, and I'm trying to get some sort of a flow to it, because we're going to talk about Rand Paul and drugs, the Venezuelan cartels, all that sort of thing as well. But here is a clip. I'm just taking this from Straight Buster. Listen to how close he is saying it at 10 before he stops himself.
Murdered savagely on a subway, just trying to get home from work, fleeing war, only to run into a Democrat war zone here in our country. That monster, 14 prior arrests, murdered savage. That monster.
Oh yeah, he was gonna say it.
That.
The N-word.
Murdered savagely on a subway, just trying to get home from work, fleeing war, only to run into a Democrat war zone here in our country. That nigger. 14 prior arrests. Murdered.
Let's get some GigaJews in the chat. One more.
A Democrat war zone here in our country. That nigger. 14 prior arrests.
Thank you, Straight Buster. Incredible.
Sir, please you need to stop. There are children. Please stop.
Nigger!
So here's Lee Kuan Yew talking about. Now this was Cremieux posted this in response to Rand Paul, his gay tweet, which we'll get to here in a little bit. But here's Lee Kuan Yew talking about how hard drugs can destroy families and rip apart more lives than a single murder.
They have criticized the human rights record, the number of executions, for instance, haven't they?
They may believe that if you're kind to drug traffickers, you get a better society. In America, they're changing their minds and they're sending people back to death row. In Singapore, before you land, their hostess or the steward will announce that there are very heavy penalties if you're found with more than a stated number of grams of certain prohibited drugs. And if you still come in with a few kilos of them, which will destroy hundreds, thousands of families, one death is too kind, because you're killing that family every day for years and years and years, that a daughter or a son is an addict.
But the per capita rate of executions in Singapore is much higher than in the United States.
Have you worked it out?
According to Amnesty International.
Have they worked it out accurately? Per capita of what? Per capita of drug traffickers or per capita of population of Singapore? I am executing foreign drug traffickers. Let me tell you, the people who have been executed. Nigerians, because Nigerians are the most unlikely of drug traffickers in this Asian society. Dutch women traveling with African men. Dutchmen traveling with Chinese women. How do you calculate per capita? Per capita of Dutchmen entering Singapore, or per capita of Singaporeans as against Dutchmen? What's Amnesty talking about? Do they know what's happening? Do they ask themselves, what would happen if we send them all to prison for 5, 10 years, and we'll have to make more prisons because there'll be such an endless stream of them. And this is, despite the death penalty, the rewards are so enormous that people are willing to risk it. And why not?
Would you say that over the 31 years as you were Prime Minister that you were a ruthless man?
Do I look at you a ruthless man? Here I am being pilloried, excoriated,
by who?
Abused by you.
Merely asked questions, I thought.
So, but every one of them is barbed and loaded, darts with a bit of arsenic in it.
I'd like to think that you were given a chance to answer any question that was put to you, no?
Oh, that's what I'm offering myself for, isn't it? But if I were a ruthless man, I would get you into a corner and say, now, let me ask you some questions. Why do you start with the assumption that your interviewee is always dumb and that you are smarter than him? Why do you assume that Asians are somehow unable to understand Western ways of life and that they would be so much better if they would become more like the West?
The clip kind of speaks for itself. We, you might say that in the Build a Caesar spectrum or progression, that Lee Kuan Yew was the prototype. Here's his son. Look at my Ching Chong.
This was not a matter discussed between the Chancellor and me. It's a Singapore issue. We have stated our position clearly that we take a very serious view of drug trafficking. The penalty is death. In this case, it was an enormous amount of drugs which were being trafficked. It's nearly 400 grams of pure heroin, which is equivalent to 26,000 doses of heroin. I mean, if you do it shot by shot, which means untold misery and suffering to hundreds, if not thousands, of addicts and their families. The man was charged, convicted, appealed, dismissed. He put up a clemency petition. The petition was considered. All factors were taken into account, including petitions and letters from Australian leaders. Finally, the government decided that the law had to take its course, and the law will have to take its course.
Spielen kann. Ich habe auch die Bundeskanzlerin herzlich gebeten, einen Aufenthalt in...
Adjective, barbaric. Well, the Australian press is colorful. Many adjectives have been used, but we uphold the rule of law, and the rule of law has to apply impartially to Singaporeans and foreigners alike. And that is how the Singapore government has to decide.
Active in the region. We agreed also that we have to pull all our strengths.
Dankeschön.
Thank you.
You know, I was thinking about Michael Malice has his little aphorism that it's like the you can figure out whether someone is left wing or right wing by asking them the question, are some people better than others? And he said, if you're right wing, you're like, yeah, obviously, and if you're left wing, you give a speech. I think something kind of similar would be if you're given a choice between two outcomes, one of them is that innocent people are sometimes punished versus guilty people are sometimes set free. Which one are you more willing to live with? The left-wing person obviously thinks, oh, it's a great atrocity to unjustly punish an innocent person. That's the worst thing. So we need to gear our entire criminal justice ecosystem around ensuring that innocent people are never punished. it sounds good on its face. It's like, oh yeah, I mean, imagine that. Imagine you have the stories of the guy who was innocent and he spent 20 years in prison and it was so terrible and awful and bad. But on the flip side, Derek Chauvin, on the flip side, if you want to maintain a society, if you want to maintain a civilization, especially with things like drug trafficking or violent crime, you can't have a softened posture toward it such that guilty people get off easily. It's better that innocent people, unfortunately, are punished sometimes because the law is enforced with rigor, than that you're geared around trying to make sure you don't punish innocent people. Like, it's a matter of like frame and perspective on it. If you allow, if your focus is that we're going to ensure that innocent people are never punished, so we're always going to err on the side of favoring the innocent, or like there's the presumption of innocence, but I'm talking about this posture where we can't have severe punishments for things, because what happens if we accidentally have a severe punishment for an innocent person? But it would be better that you live with the innocent person occasionally being punished severely and preventing the proliferation of crime, like drug trafficking or like violent crimes, rapes and murders and that sort of thing. It would be better that the innocent person occasionally gets punished and the society remains free of that sort of crime than society be subjected to that sort of crime on a regular basis just so that an innocent person doesn't get punished occasionally. Even if you're just doing this in like strictly utilitarian terms. In one case, occasionally you have an atrocity. In the other case, you're accepting regular atrocities on a frequent basis because you're allowing guilty people to go unpunished. And the one guilty person who goes unpunished is overwhelmingly likely to victimize more people more times. You proliferate that throughout a society, and you're going to have a much higher level of sustained perpetual violence in it. And frankly, Lord Breezy says innocent people don't put themselves in danger of being unjustly punished. Frankly, like the going back to this tweet from Davin Erickson here, he had this. There's this story that I've had this sitting in the hopper for a little bit and haven't gotten to it. AI startup Flock thinks it can eliminate all crime in America. Gary Tan says Flock Safety currently solves 700,000 reported cases of crime per year, which is about 10% of reported crime nationwide. They're just getting started. That's 700,000 crimes that would have gone unsolved, where the suspects who perpetrated these many violent would go on to create a lot more victims if they weren't stopped. The damage to victims that would happen without Flock Safety is unconscionable. It's like a drone surveillance crime thing. And I think a lot of people who get real squirrely about this, they get real squeamish at the idea of having like drone surveillance and stuff as a prevention measure for crime. You're focused on the wrong thing. Like, first of all, you're going to have that. You're going to have some form of that at all times. We already live in like a mass surveillance culture. All you're doing is you're formalizing it much more. So when it's kind of like the same thing with other technology. You know, people like freak out about the digital ID, and it's like a driver's license was much more invasive than a digital ID would be, and you just live with that just normally and completely accept it, and it's no biggie. Having the mass surveillance, having video of everything all over the place at all times, would actually be a good thing for preventing crime, for ensuring that crimes happen, and make it better, make it less likely that an innocent person gets convicted for something. If you have more surveillance, you can track people's movements and everything. You've got more data at your disposal. Odds are you likely can exonerate someone just as much as you could convict someone. But the question that your focus should be on is the character that constitutes the leadership of the country. That's what will really make the difference. Because if you have a total mass surveillance drone grid thing, panopticon, with good people who love the constituents of the country, who are devoted to their nation, they will use that technology for good reasons, for good purposes. If you have bad people there, they will use it for bad reasons, for bad purposes. The technology is going to exist one way or the other. The question is going to be, who is using that technology? Who's the one actually making the decisions? The panopticon is going to happen either way. We already live in a panopticon. You're really talking about levels of scale here. Yeah, the frog is going to continue getting heated up. That's going to keep happening. It's not going to go away. I've said this for years now. You don't have privacy. Exist as if you don't have privacy. And assume that you're only going to have less privacy going forward. You simply do not have privacy. But there's many, many good things that come out of the panopticon as well. This isn't me saying I'm pro-panopticon. I'm saying the panopticon is inevitable. This is the sort of a social evolution that this is much bigger than any person or any political party or any movement. This is the inevitable trajectory of the human relationship with technology. It's going to happen. There's nobody who could stop it. Any attempt to stop it would just manifest a different form of panopticon. The panopticon is inevitable. We already live in it, and it's just going to continue. You've adapted to the existing panopticon, and you live with it, and you weekly shake your fist at it while you just go throughout your day with a tracking device on you at all times that's listening to you. And as you go back previous decades, all you're doing is you're taking the scale of panopticon and you're just sort of dialing it down more and more, but it's still there, it's still present. It's going to happen. Just accept that it's going to exist. And because it's going to exist, your choice is, well, is it going to exist purely for bad reasons, being weaponized and employed by bad people? Or is it going to exist for good reasons, being weaponized and employed by good people? This is the same thing for all forms of technology. The same argument applies for all of it. Yeah, Slutty Milk. Like, nigga, you got a smartphone and computer and driver's license and tax returns and social security number. Like, you have been panopticoned decades ago. You were born into the panopticon. You're not going to fight the panopticon. Any sort of energy spent on that is just wasted. Lord Breezy says, if you aim the panopticon at the right people, it would eventually fade away. I don't even think that's true necessarily. It would still be present. But it would be present in a way that is beneficial to society at large versus not. Having the panopticon there can be great. Imagine having the ability to just easily find something that you lost, or like every crime is basically solvable because people can't get away. They're going to be trackable. You're going to be able to find the person who stole the thing and track them down, or who committed the crime. Oh, yeah, it would fade away, meaning you wouldn't notice it. Yeah, correct. Right. Take over the panopticon. Yes, that's right, Willing Always. We will control the panopticon. Nematoder said, this point was one of my big red pills. It's the people in charge and making sure they align with your values. We shouldn't even have to know about every little issue if we trust our leaders. Correct. Okay. Speaking of all these issues we've been discussing, There's layers to this one. I did not even realize that I was voting for the White House account and Trump trusting helicopter posting. Did you think that you were voting for Pinochet posting from the White House when you voted for Trump? Because that's what we're getting. I love the smell of deportations in the morning. Chicago about to find out why it's called the Department of War with helicopter emojis. Chipocalypse now. This was posted by Trump and by the White House. Sluttybuck says, they told me we would get war with Iran. Now we get in war with Chirac, nigga. Imagine how panicked you'd be right now if you were a shitlib. No kidding. So Gavin Newsom says, the President of the United States is deploying the military onto U.S. streets and using our troops like political pawns. Do not allow yourself to become numb to this. And Michael Schellenberger just absolutely nuked him from orbit. This right here, if this soulless, ghoulish faggot actually decides to run for president, this is Trump's campaign ad against him. Right here. You're allowing foreign fentanyl dealers to murder mentally ill people on the sidewalks of downtown San Francisco. You allowed yourself to become numb to this. Remember our great, beautiful American cities? This is what Gavin Newsom has done to a great American city.
I gotta clean all this up. Bad, huh?
Every day.
Every day? Is it hard to clean up?
Every day.
Every day. Look at.
This is Gavin Newsom's legacy. Everyone said Trump would just betray us, so you need to vote for Kamala Harris. They were saying they wanted this in all of America.
Damn, that's a hell of a blast. What's that? Fentanyl? Wow.
Yeah, this does hurt to watch. That's why I'm playing it.
You all right? All right.
This is what Americans need to see. This is what the Democrat Party needs to be permanently associated with. This is what they do to you. This is San Francisco. Beautiful city. Think about every single one of these people. Every single person in this video was once a happy little baby. Their parents were rejoicing that they were born. Watch them take their first steps. They're in photo albums somewhere. Yeah, that's someone's mother or father or child, sibling. This has been actively cultivated and facilitated by Gavin Newsom. So when you see the people who are doing their little memes, their little, ooh, Gavin Newsom, he's a white guy, he got a white family. We need to vote for Gavin Newsom because J.D. Vance is married to a G. That's you saying you want this for your fellow citizens. This is what you want America to look like. The Democrat Party and all of its apparatchiks, all of its sympathizers, all of its promoters must be destroyed and purged from the earth.
White man is back, baby! The white man is back!
I just popped back into stream and thought we were watching the aftermath of a mass shooting. Rip the Democrats. And no, not in Minecraft.
Yes, rip the Democrats. That's right. Yeah, it looks like the aftermath of the mass shooting, but nope, this is just an ordinary day in America in Democrat-occupied territory. The Democrat Party is a hostile foreign force that has taken American territory, and it must be taken out. And if it requires the military to do that, that's what the military is for. It's for purging hostile invaders. Yes, all enemies, foreign and domestic. Stephen Miller, the Democrat Party at every level, judges, politicians, academics, nonprofits, is organized around the defense and protection of the criminal, the monstrous, and the depraved. The more vile the threat, the more vociferously the Democrat Party works to protect and enable it. Curtis Yarvin says, notice the othering of Democrat Party, an exonym. Democrats say democratic, always. Anthropologically, exonyms are a normal aspect of martial hostility. An exonym is a name for something that's attributed to it from people outside the thing. So like calling Germany, Germany. Germany is an exonym for Germany. Germans call it Deutschland. But if you're outside Germany, you call it Germany. That's an exonym. What puzzled me when I started noticing this 20 years ago was an anomalous absence of hostility, given these circumstances. Carlyle called it the Universal Sluggard and Scoundrel Protection Association. This was in 1850. Odds are, if you've had a disease for 175 years, it's a pretty serious freaking disease. I used to be firmly against using martial rhetoric, and it's not really to my taste. But it would be amazing to see Stephen Miller as VP in 2029. Curtis Yarvin officially comes out endorsing Stephen Miller as vice president. It's amazing to see this broadly accurate generalization widely surfaced. If we lived in a just world, recognizing this reality would be sufficient to change it. Unfortunately, this fallacy has a name. It would astound the whole monarchist past that, considering the now utterly rotten condition of the most essential institutional fabric of our civilization, from jurists who unleash schizophrenics with knives to virologists who invent pandemics, we can fret about bad kings. So, that was a long sentence. It would astound the whole monarchist past that we can fret about bad kings, considering the now utterly rotten condition of the most essential institutional fabric of our civilization. From jurists who unleash schizophrenics with knives to virologists who invent pandemics. All of the bad kings of the past would look at our current sophisticated modern society and be like, you guys are a bunch of deranged barbarians. How the hell do you live in these conditions? The most mentally defective European kings or Roman emperors, Caligula, Eric XIV of Sweden, even Ivan the Terrible, could not have imagined systematically perverting the mission of the state in this way. More important, if they could have imagined, they could not have succeeded. It's cute to design formal systems for royal accountability, but all kings have enemies to be informally accountable to. An insane monarch is a weak monarch and will lose his power or his life. In our democracy, this shit not only happens, it never stops. It can't be stopped. Noticing it is the first step in stopping it. Spreading that notice is the second. It is human nature to care if a madman kills a pretty girl on the train. even when crime is down and a responsible journalist would focus on corn statistics. But Spiro Agnew said the same stuff. I'm a monarchist because without a king, there is no choice but to leave the last word on anything to either expertise or popularity. Popularity is terrible, an absolutely awful way to run any system. Popularity would never do this, though. And sovereign expertise is poison. When the virologists fund themselves, they'll wind up inventing viruses. When the judges judge themselves, they'll wind up unleashing knife-wielding madmen. It's the highest impact thing they can do, so they will come to believe in it. The kingless, yet powerful marketplace of ideas selects for both specialized power generators, e.g. gain-of-function research, and generalized ones, e.g. progressivism. Progressives barely notice when their bad ideas wreck their supposed beneficiaries. They're just high on power. If the marketplace of ideas is not powerful, if its thinkers are ivory tower idealists who no one listens to, these dumb ideas are obviously dumb and get tossed. If there is a king above the experts, he sees when they get corrupted by power. They're stealing his power. Not cool. But once you decide you don't need a king and can decide everything by popularity, then realize that politics is terrible and the decision should be left to the experts. You're in a pretty tough spot once you realize that this slowly, over decades, turns your experts evil. Carlyle in 1850 realized that the Foreign Office, with all of its great games, the vital importance of keeping Russia out of Tibet and other critical problems demanding adventurous Victorian expeditions, was doing gain-of-function research on British foreign policy. Eventually, this mindset would extend to Western Europe and the vital importance of having a bigger navy than the Kaiser and burn down Victorian civilization itself. For Serbia or something. The experts said it was necessary. Principle was at stake. To do a little Yarvin interpretation here, because he's obviously kind of opaque in his writing. He's saying that Carlyle in 1850 realized that British foreign policy basically was doing gain-of-function research on British foreign policy. In other words, the British foreign policy experts running the show were going to start doing, we're going to start upregulating British foreign policy to the point where it was going to start creating its own problems to solve it, to make itself more lethal and expansive. In the same way that gain-of-function research is basically like death optimization for virology. Gain-of-function research for British foreign policy is like death optimization for British foreign policy. And eventually this would extend to Western Europe and the vital importance of having a bigger... So once the experts get a hold of the thing and they have to start making problems for themselves to solve, eventually they would run into something like having to have a bigger navy than the Kaiser, and they would burn down their own civilization in pursuing it. Yeah, he's saying that Carlyle realized World War I would happen. For some stupid thing like Serbia. I mean, we love our Serbs, but burning down Victorian civilization for the sake of Serbia is kind of a silly thing to do. You're a monarchist once you see a black man stabbing a pretty white girl on a train and realize this is not because of the madmen. This is not because of the blacks. This is not even because of the judges, the journalists, or even the Jews. This is because we have no king. Is Trump a king? Not even close. Not even 10%, not even 1%, not even 0.1%. But it actually does feel safer in DC, and the statistics agree, and people like it. Monarchy isn't against expertise or popularity. The king should have the smartest professors and also be wildly loved. But how exactly does that happen? We're a long, long way from answering this question. We can kind of see it now, though. Maybe in our lifetimes, I don't know. So here we see Mr. Yarvin, in his own way, beginning to recognize that Trump is beginning to manifest the kingliness. He's starting to call it forth. And people are simultaneously beginning to see it themselves, whether they realize that's what they're seeing. They're seeing what it's like when you have a strong executive who loves the people and who will overrule the experts, who will rub their face in their own shit in order to give good things to the people. This has been a heavy episode, and it's going to be heavy a little more here. This is from the Homeland Security account. DHS is launching Operation Midway Blitz in honor of Katie Abraham, who was killed in a drunk driving hit-and-run car wreck caused by criminal illegal alien Julio Kukelbol in Illinois. Operation Midway Blitz is the liberation of Chicago, by the way. This ICE operation will target the criminal illegal aliens who flocked to Chicago and Illinois because they knew Governor Pritzker and his sanctuary policies would protect them and allow them to roam free on American streets. President Trump and Secretary Noem stand with the victims of illegal alien crime, while Governor Pritzker stands with criminal illegal aliens. In January of 2025, 20-year-old Katie Abraham was killed in a hit-and-run car crash caused by Julio Kukelbol. Tell us about your daughter, Katie. This is Michelle and Joe Abraham, her parents.
So Katie is one of these unique kids. She had such a unique personality. She was very spirited. She made everyone feel seen. She's very engaging. Her sense of humor was incredible. Her wit was so sharp. She was one of these kids. There were about 8 cousins, first cousins in our family, and even as a little kid, as one of the younger ones, as the adults were talking, she would pick up on everything. She was so bright that way. Like whatever we were saying, we assumed the kids weren't really understanding or getting. And she was able to pick up on it right away, where she was even telling the other cousins, here's what's going on, kind of a thing.
What happened?
On the morning of the 19th, they were at a stoplight, and they were hit in the rear driver's side at almost 80 miles an hour without any swerving, braking. Katie wound up dying on the scene, and a friend of hers wound up dying the next day in the hospital.
What was your reaction when you learned he was an illegal
We didn't know that the person who killed Katie was an illegal immigrant until Tuesday. So she was killed on Sunday. We didn't find out until Tuesday. And the Urbana Police Department was great in getting us the information as soon as they could, but they didn't know where he was. It's that much more difficult to comprehend. Now this person's on the loose. We don't know where he is. They suspected he was trying to flee.
Here's a guy that wasn't productive, wasn't a good citizen, and he barreled into a vehicle with 5 women into it. And his first instinct was to get out of the car and run. And then within a day and a half was almost at the Mexico border. So to me, these are not the productive folks we want to bring into the country. You want to build a country on migrants, probably not the guy you want to stand behind to build a country.
When you hear people say illegal aliens aren't given due process, what's your reaction?
Katie received no due process. And I know they like to use certain terms like disappeared and taken, snatched. But let me tell you, Katie was disappeared, taken, snatched, received no due process at all. And the difference here is Katie was disappeared from us forever. We will never see my little girl again. When you talk about due process, I wish she was in another country or in some detention center I can go see her, but she's not, and I'll never see her again.
It's our understanding that he was deported in 2016. And then, as Joe stated, he came back using a fake alias. Why do these people who break these laws, who are not U.S. citizens, deserve due process? Because again, Katie got nothing. She got death.
President Trump and Secretary Noem are committed to securing the border. If you could, what would you tell them?
We do need to secure the border. That's been very clear now because it has been abused for obviously specific reasons. And I think what he's doing is the right thing to do. We can't have unaudited folk. In the big, beautiful bill, there is a lot of resources around securing the border and sort of doing the right things as far as migrants, because again, there should be a distinction between legal and illegal.
The law is the law as it is today, and people need to be responsible for enforcing the current law. which is not happening, and that's what got Katie killed.
How are you continuing to move forward each day?
It's so gut-wrenching every day, and I wish I could explain it, but it's as if just this large piece of you is gone. It'll never be back, and you've just got to move forward with it. And you know, we have other kids, and we're trying to, like, you know, stiff upper lip, but it is the most devastating thing, and no one should have to do and go through what we're going through right now. And it could have been avoided. Katie was killed by someone who really could have been vetted and not been in this country, and she would be here with us today.
Yeah, it's important for us to continue to tell Katie's story. We want change to happen so that other families don't have to deal with this.
This is why the surge has begun. Operation Midway Blitz launches in Chicago.
Martha, the surge has begun. You can see the new ICE vehicles on the streets here in Chicago. We're just outside the Cook County Courthouse, but that surge is part of the ICE-led Operation Midway Blitz that they say is in honor of a beautiful young Chicago woman, Katie Abraham, who was...
The white man is back.
We cannot allow a group max gap. If things are to alter during the next 50 years, then we must re-embrace Byron's idea, the cultured thug.
A Grugmax gap. No Grugmax gaps, says Grug the Grug. Yes, the cultured thug. See, this is the last chance. Either the administration is permitted to militarize the streets of this Democrat-occupied territory and purge the criminals and enforce law and order and begin protecting the lives of American children, American women, American men, the people who actually belong here. Or the problem is going to get solved another way. The problem is going to get solved. The American spirit is there. The American spirit doesn't need permission to solve problems. When it's willing to wait to accept permission, that's when you know that it's the last opportunity. The last opportunity that you're going to get to solve this problem relatively peacefully. There's a way that this can be resolved in relatively peaceful fashion. It's not going to be peaceful for a number of people, the people who don't deserve the peacefulness. But this problem can be solved. Bukele proved it. This problem could be solved next year. Think about that. Think about what's happened in D.C. can easily be spread to every other major city by next year. We have more than enough men, resources, guns. It's just a matter of willpower. And it can be solved in orderly, disciplined fashion. Or that order and discipline is going to be enforced. And that's going to suck more for everyone. But it's going to happen. If anyone's really concerned about the possibility of, like, innocents being targeted, and everyone will cry about the poor protesters, he wasn't doing nothing. Yeah, if you don't want innocent blood spilt, this is how the problem needs to be solved. Because if the problem is not solved this way, over the course of the next several months, then there's going to be innocent blood spilt because there's going to be a lot of blood spilt. The problem can be solved the easy way or the hard way. Right now, the Trump administration, to their credit, is trying to solve the problem the easy way. the moderate centrist way, the reasonable way. If the problem is not able to be solved the easy way, the problem is going to be solved the hard way. I honestly don't want the problem to have to be solved the hard way. It's going to take a while to build back out of that. But we will. We'll solve it either way. We'll solve it the hard way if we have to. Because we're Americans. This is the American spirit. You're not going to keep the American spirit down like this. The reason I played that last video is because that's the reason for this. And the more that those stories are told, the more the American spirit rises. I mean, frankly, just from a cynical, just sort of just evaluating this objectively, it's a masterful work of propaganda. The fact that they're taking Operation Midway Blitz and they're doing it in the name of the specific victims who have been victimized by evil faggots like J.B. Pritzker, and doing it in their name. It's masterful. And the more that this happens and the more success they have, the more people will demand it. The more stories we get, like the one on the Charlotte train, the more people are just going to accept this and they're even going to demand it. Fuck the Constitution. Give us peace and safety in our cities. And if you stand in the way of it and you try to make inane legal arguments, procedural bullshit, then you can go too. Your citizenship is in paper. You are renouncing your own citizenship. You're renouncing your own claim to being in this country. If you want to make gay procedural arguments about why we can only restore peace and safety to our cities if we do it the proper legal way, you should say thank you that it's being done in anything even remotely resembling the proper legal way. You should be grateful you get that mercy. Because it's going to be done either way. And if it's not done in the proper legal way, it's going to be done in the improper, illegal way. Fuck your laws. We must have safety. We must have peace in our cities. And those who would threaten it can go to CCOT. Go spend the rest of your life in hard labor with a bunch of gangsters.
Killed by an illegal alien, beautiful ICE-led Operation Midway Blitz that they say is in honor of a beautiful young Chicago woman, Katie Abraham, who was killed by an illegal alien drunk driver back in January of this year. And while we are getting reaction from Illinois Senator Dick Durbin, who says that this blitz won't make Chicagoans safer, let me show you this video. Early this morning, I was out with one of ICE's teams, and we arrested this individual. His name is Juan Gaspar, and he is a 43-year-old illegal alien from Mexico. He has been convicted in 2024 of forcibly sexually assaulting a child under the age of 13. He was taken, as you can see here, without incident, but this is all.
Why the fuck is this man on the streets to be arrested in the first place? Light J.B. Pritzker on fire. Convicted in 2024 of sexually assaulting a child under 13, and he's on the streets to be arrested. Just start arresting Democrats.
All part of the exact sort of violent criminal illegal alien that the ICE operations hope to bring in, apprehend, and ultimately deport. We were riding along with ICE's Deputy Director, Madison Sheehan. She talked a little bit about this operation to us, as well as what she has to say to the Democrats that are criticizing it. Listen.
This is an opportunity for us to go into sanctuary cities and work against these sanctuary city policies and not let them deter ICE from being able to do our work, to go after the worst of the worst, just like the guy behind me who committed sexual assault against a minor. I mean, these criminal aliens have wreaked havoc on the American people for years, and that time is over. And even when we have pushback from Democrat leadership, that's not going to stop us. We're going to continue to go after the worst of the worst, just like somebody who committed sexual assault against a minor.
And this is just day one, Martha. We understand this could go on for weeks as they surge more ICE personnel as well as federal law enforcement partners. Martha?
I was reliably informed that the administration wasn't taking this seriously.
The white man is back.
See me for hard labor with gangsters? Ovo and no, not in Minecraft. Mengele had some pretty neat ideas, emo. I'll make sure they get a proper Canadian education. And they won't find the shoes.
Yeah, Fugitive Caesar has some great suggestions as well. You know how much those organs are worth? Now, J.B. Pritzker's might not be worth very much if you can find them. But, oh, man. This is... oh, I got to read that one. Okay, he said, send me for hard labor with gangsters? Ooh. And no, not in Minecraft. Mangala had some pretty neat ideas, in my opinion. I'll make sure they get a proper Canadian education, and they won't find the shoes. Ryan Isaac, yeah, Matt, they're attacking dem cities, but where are my 12 million deportations a month? Yeah, right. This, you guys may have seen this thing before. White House correspondent for NBC News. She decided to get sassy with the president, and he put her in her place.
That's fake news. When you say that, darling, that's fake news.
Well, why
I
would
don't
the
go to
Department
war.
of Defense?
Listen, be quiet. Listen. You don't listen. You never listen. That's why you're second rate. We're not going to war. We're going to clean up our cities. We're going to clean them up so they don't kill 5 people every weekend. That's not war. That's common sense.
That's not war. That's common sense. Be quiet. You don't listen. That's why you're second rate. You yappy little hedgehog thing.
Shut up, silly woman.
I'm very curious who this woman is back here. I thought it was Melania at first, but she's got a very mysterious look about her. It's definitely not Melania, but she kind of, I don't know if it's the way she's wearing her hair or something, but she looks like sort of looks like someone who's like undercover in a movie or something like that. I wonder what she's doing there. She's standing with Caroline Leavitt, but I've never seen her before. Melania Double, yeah. Here's Republicans against Trump squeeing. So we went through the heavy stuff. Now we get to have some fun. This isn't Moscow or Beijing. It's Chicago. Masked federal agents grabbed U.S. citizens protesting ICE and threw them in an unmarked van. Who are you? Where are you taking them? People shouted. You were kidnapping them. What has America become? You guys ready? Ready for a little bit of this?
Where are you? What law enforcement agency are you with, dude? What law enforcement agency are you with?
You are required to tell me, where are you taking them? Where are you taking them? Where are you taking them?
Shut up, bitch!
Where are you taking them?
Where are you taking
Where are you
civilians
taking
with
them?
just
You have to tell us.
without identifying?
My favorite part's coming here, look.
You are kidnapping them. Tell us where you're taking them. Tell us where you are taking them.
The legs!
You cannot do this. Tell us where.
And this actually is, this is not an illegal. This is an actual American who was there protesting them. We have masked ICE agents, plainclothes ICE agents, scooping up shit-lib protesters and shoving them into unmarked vans. completely unceremoniously. Beautiful. This is what I voted for. And think about all these ICE guys. I think we got a potential for one of these.
Look at my African American over here. Look at him.
They, Custodestro says, love how they've got a skinny brown/East African guy in a plaid shirt standing there. Yeah. Think about these guys. All of these guys who, I mean, if they're going to go sign up for ICE, they're probably already sort of politically inclined this direction. For some of them, they may just be getting a job. And they get to go face to face with these types of people shrieking at them and stuff. They're just getting radicalized even more. Apparently I saw the context on this. I don't remember where it was, but these were protesters who were disrupting federal operations. So they scooped them up, stuck them in a van, held them in holding for like a day or two, and then just dumped them off in the middle of Chicago again. Tom Homan announces that they will prosecute the people who are funding paid left-wing agitators nationwide. Remember when Trump had that truce recently about RICO charges against George Soros and his son?
Those who are funding these operations, those who fund the weapons that are being used. So yeah, and they'll be held accountable too and held to the highest standards of the law. They will be prosecuted too. Look, here's what people need to understand. ICE is enforcing the laws enacted by Congress. They're appropriated funding to enforce these laws. If you don't like what ICE does, then go protest Congress, because we're not making this stuff up. And what's most insulting, you got members of Congress comparing ICE to Nazis and terrorists and racists. Well, if they're racist for enforcing the law, what's that make them? They wrote the law. So members of Congress, everyone that wants to attack ICE are disgusting. They're an embarrassment to the position they hold. They're members of Congress. If they don't like what ICE is doing, then do your job and legislate. Until then, President Trump and the men and women of ICE are going to continue to prioritize public safety threats and national security threats and make this country safer every day.
Tom Homan doesn't have time for your shitlib crying. Zoomer Dylan says, they're putting shitlibs in vans and you're blackpilling? That's right. Federal agents chase down illegals on foot after they flee a Houston, Texas traffic stop. You gotta, this is a quick one. You gotta listen close, but this is great. Listen to this.
Yeah, let's go. I'm on you.
One more time.
Yeah, let's go. I'm on you.
He's chasing him down. I think that was another one. Gotta play it again.
Look at my African American over here. Look at him.
Oh, got what I voted for again. Sexual predator arrested. ICE New Orleans arrested Christian Soto Galeano, a citizen of Guatemala. And this is just perfect. I don't even have to scroll down and you get it already. Look at this. It's perfectly on the screen. His criminal history includes a conviction for indecent behavior with a juvenile and was sentenced to 2 years in prison. We stand ready to face any challenge, big or small. Are you ready? You ready for me to scroll down? Wait for it. I can't believe we live in this timeline. We stand ready to face any challenge, big or small. Oh, incredible. Bird, imagine taking one punt at Gordito's little head. Keebler Elf Graper has been captured. Insane how you put leg chains on him like you can never run fast enough to get away. That's a bad camera angle. Bryan Cranston's scene isn't that tall. Oh my goodness. Krassenstein's for scale. Oh! Oh, perfect, perfect.
Get that ugly, disabled freak away from me.
And then, just to top it all off, oh, look at this. The GigaCon! Oh my God! Oh, how can you possibly blackpill? We live in the best timeline. Imagine not living through this time. Imagine living through this time and not appreciating every single moment for what it is. Oh, Augustine says, imagine being like, hey, look who I got. Got to send this shit to the bosses ASAP. Imagine the conversations they had when they were going to go out and get him. They were like, oh, as soon as we get him, oh, we got to send it back to the bosses. Oh, they must have been laughing their asses off the whole time. Oh. Lankiest Guatemalan man. Oh, Squatamalans. Oh, okay. So a couple of big Supreme Court wins for Trump here recently. First one, another huge win for Trump at the Supreme Court. ICE can conduct roving patrols to find illegals.
White man is back, baby. The white man is back.
Imaging being like, hey, look who I got. Gotta send this shit to the bosses ASAP. I'm getting a promotion.
Yeah. Oh, that was worth the tip, Augustine. Thank you, man. Oh, I got to breathe for a minute here. Whew. So, per the Supreme Court, ICE can conduct roving patrols to find illegals. Peter St. Onge says, I'm no fan of show me your papers, but when you've been invaded by 20 million illegals, reality comes into play. Show me another man who has gone through a better transformation than Peter St. Onge over the past couple of years. The Giga Onge, that's right. The Supreme Court on Monday backed President Donald Trump's push to allow immigration enforcement officials to continue what critics describe as roving patrols in Southern California that lower courts said likely violated the Fourth Amendment. The court did not offer an explanation for its decision, which came over a sharp dissent from the three liberal justices. At issue were a series of incidents in which masked and heavily armed ICE agents pulled aside people who identify as Latino, including some U.S. citizens, around Los Angeles to interrogate them about their immigration status.
White man is back, baby. The white man is back.
They caught him because he couldn't get on the rides with the kids.
The Squatamalan Lollipop Guild. It's always such good timing, man. Oh, I never imagined when I put that sound effect in there for the tips that it would just deliver so many times. Incredible. Lower courts found that ICE likely had not established the reasonable suspicion required to justify those stops. The decision deals with 7 counties in Southern California, but it has landed during a broader crackdown on immigration by the Trump administration, and officials are likely to read it as tacit approval of similar practices elsewhere. Exactly. Bingo. Getting this decision from the Supreme Court is a strong signal as to how the Supreme Court is going to address other immigration enforcement decisions down the line. This is a win for the safety of Californians and the rule of law, said Tricia McLaughlin, Department of Homeland Security spokesperson. DHS law enforcement will not be slowed down and will continue to arrest and remove the murderers, rapists, gang members, and other criminal illegal aliens. Gavin Newscomb said Trump's handpicked Supreme Court majority just became the grand marshal for a parade of racial terror in Los Angeles. Karen Bass squealed niggardly. A U.S. District Court in July ordered the Department of Homeland Security to discontinue the practice if the stops were based largely on a person's apparent ethnicity, language, or their presence at a particular location, such as a farm or bus stop. The Ninth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals largely upheld that decision, which applied only to 7 California counties, but the Supreme Court disagreed with that approach. Though the court did not provide any analysis explaining its decision, Justice Brett Kavanaugh, a member of the conservative wing who sided with Trump, wrote in a concurrence that the factors the agents were considering, taken together, can constitute at least a reasonable suspicion of illegal presence in the United States. Quoting, "To be clear, apparent ethnicity alone cannot furnish reasonable suspicion. Under this court's case law regarding immigration stops, however, it can be a relevant factor when considered along with other salient factors," Kavanaugh wrote. Importantly, he added, reasonable suspicion means only that immigration officers may briefly stop the individual and inquire about immigration status. The court drew a fiery dissent from Justice Sonia Sotomayor, the first Hispanic justice to serve on the Supreme Court. And to that, I just say,
some of these women, they're so stupid.
I don't care about the rest of what she had to say. ACLU is mad and crying, yada, yada, yada. Kavanaugh used his 10-page concurrence to launch into a broader discussion about the debate around illegal immigration. Quote, "To be sure, I recognize and fully appreciate that many, if not all, but many illegal immigrants come to the United States to escape poverty and the lack of freedom and opportunities in their home countries," he wrote. "But the fact remains that, under the laws passed by Congress and the President, they are acting illegally by remaining in the United States. At least unless Congress and the President choose some other legislative approach to legalize some or all of those individuals not legally present in the country," he added. Sotomayor leaned into a growing criticism around how the Supreme Court has handled high-profile emergency cases dealing with Trump that it has offered no explanation. The court itself offered only a single paragraph of boilerplate language in siding with Trump. The sometimes terse orders have been a topic of discussion for several justices who have appeared at events over the summer. Kagan said earlier this year that she thought the court could often provide further explanation in its emergency decisions. But Kavanaugh and others have noted that the court is sometimes hesitant to signal which way it's leaning in a case. The court's order is troubling for another reason. It is entirely unexplained, Sotomayor wrote. In the last 8 months, this court's appetite to circumvent the ordinary appellate process and weigh on important issues has grown exponentially. So there's a big story that's happening here with the court that kind of, you're not going to pick up on it necessarily on the surface, but you could see in some of the decisions they choose to take up and the way that they handle them. And then, like in this case, having Kavanaugh write the concurrence and have the justices who very, very obviously feel probably even more strongly about it than he does, not weigh on it publicly, these are all little decisions that signal very much that the Supreme Court is fed the fuck up with the district courts. The appellate courts and the district courts do not have to exist. They can be completely abolished by executive fiat overnight. The only court that is established by the Constitution is the Supreme Court. And the district courts and the appellate courts have zero authority or say-so over anything related to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court can unilaterally overrule them at any point, at any time, for any reason whatsoever. And this has to be done this way. You have to allow the process to play itself out as it has, while you have a friendly Supreme Court. Because the nuclear option here of just having Trump start dissolving district courts is going to, there's still too much of the population that doesn't know what time it is. And that's going to come off as dictatorial in a way that is not going to be politically palatable at the current time. Particularly because the Supreme Court is on side on this matter. And ultimately, allowing this stuff to play itself through the courts the way it is serving a number of purposes. Number one, it's sussing out the worst of the traitorous judges and their funding networks. It's also establishing a bunch of this stuff as precedent. And for a legal system that depends so heavily on precedent, what's happening here is the libs, by challenging all of this stuff and offering up all of these different opportunities to establish these precedents, are just baking into the legal tradition all of the precedent that will make it even harder on them in the future. They're basically providing the opportunity to enshrine unitary executive theory in court precedent in a way that wouldn't be possible to do unilaterally. They're just shooting themselves in the foot. Here's the other big one. The Supreme Court allowed Trump to fire the FTC commissioner. Peter St. Onge says this is a big deal for Lisa Cook at the Fed. In fact, it's a big deal for the principle that the permanent bureaucracy does, in fact, answer to voters. And for more on this Lisa Cook issue, here is the dandy man himself, Jeff Tucker, who I haven't heard from in a very long time, but this is a very good little interchange here with him.
What's important here, Jan, is there's a lot more at stake than just this one regulation about residences and mortgages. It has to do with whether and to what extent the Fed is actually accountable to the President of the United States. That's what's at issue. What's striking to me about this is that the Fed has been around since 1913. This question has never really been asked at this level, much less answered. For all these years, this country, we've
Yeah, his voice and outfit match perfectly. Yeah. Like I said, dandy.
pretended as if there's such a thing as an independent central bank, and everybody knows what that is. Well, there's another word for independence. That is unaccountable, right? Independent sounds great. Unaccountable sounds bad. Well, the Fed's unaccountable. They've not been held to account for any outside audits in its entire history. Any political intervention is widely seen by financial markets as something like a catastrophe.
The white man is back, baby.
Stability.
The white man is back.
Justice Sotomayor, the executive can just do things. You cannot even keep your mouth closed or your blood at a reasonable temperature. The process involves a holistic approach with an appreciation of investigative rules. What is reasonable to keep light?
Thank you, Justice Niggardly. You can't even keep your mouth closed or your blood at a reasonable temperature. What a nuke. Night Fenris Unbound. Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
And so on and so on. But, you know, in the end, we are governed by this document called the Constitution. And we're a nation of laws. And the Constitution has three buckets. It has the judiciary, has a legislative branch, and an executive branch. In the org chart of the federal government, printed by the federal government, that everybody agrees is true, the Federal Reserve is under the executive branch and reports to the president. You can see it. The org chart is very clear about that. You can say it's independent. Well, is that just sort of a norm that we just have a hands-off policy?
Well, this is what I was going to ask, because, you know, certainly in the judiciary, precedent is hugely important.
Yeah.
This guy's almost dandier than Tucker.
Impacts a great many things. Is that the case here? Because clearly, as you've outlined, the precedent has been...
Oh, nigga, you gay! So we don't really know in a constitutional sense what that means. And you'd think that we would know, but we don't actually know what it means for there to be an independent agency under executive department. So what's exciting about the times in which we live is that we're finally getting answers to these questions. The Supreme Court's been very clear up to now that the president is in charge of the agencies, executive agencies. So let's just say the Department of Labor or USAID or Department of Energy, Department of Agriculture or HHS. They can, in fact, fire employees. Now, 5 years ago, we didn't know the answer to this question, right? I mean, I think we've had these discussions for a while. We didn't actually know whether the president was really in charge of executive agencies. The Supreme Court, in a series of cases, has been very clear the president is in charge of executive agencies, but we know Trump. That's great, but now Trump is taking on the great question of American life, which is the status of the Federal Reserve under the law. That is an unanswered question. So this is a taboo topic. We've never been here before. No president since 1913 has taken on the Fed the way Trump is taking it on now. And the Supreme Court, I think, is going to have to decide that this is an executive agency.
Yes. This is so expansive here. Like the downstream impacts of this, and the fact that the Trump administration is taking this on, and that they're taking it on so, what's the word here? With circumspection, they're being so thorough. They're not rushing the case, because you have to. This is beyond just simple legality. There's the political ground has to be sowed for this, has to be prepared, and because it's as much a political decision as it is a legal decision, and there's also the matter of the Supreme Court maintaining its own position. Really, we're in the middle of a constitutional crisis, and I know it's easy to just be like, oh, just throw the Constitution out, who cares? And like, to a certain extent, yes, but also like there is utility in the Constitution. And if you can get what you want, if you can get the outcome you're looking for within the purview of the Constitution, that's better than just throwing it out and starting all over again. And we can get unitary executive theory. We can get mass deportations. We can get a more stable, reliable currency. We can get all of these things under the auspices of the Constitution, but we have to go through the process of that. And so all these different cases all sort of feed into each other at the same time, where we're going to get clarity on the role of the lower courts. They're going to get put back into their place, if not some of them abolished completely. We're going to get clarity on the role of the Fed. And there's basically no other way except for saying, yes, it is an executive agency. It answers directly to the president. The president can unilaterally fire any member of the Fed at any time because it's a federal agency, and the president has unitary executive authority per the Constitution. Once they've gone through the legwork for like the first year or two of this administration to build up all of the case law and all of the precedent and all of the, and also to cultivate the political will for it, then the second half of the administration is going to be the time where, that's when things can really get spicy. This is a good point, Mellon. The Constitution is currently the only sacred document in America with how devalued faith is in other areas. It cannot be dumpstered without care. That's a really, really good point. Yeah, because if you dumpster the last sacred document, then you're dumpstering the notion of sacred documents as well. Okay, what do we got here? Oh, yes, so this is very interesting. Mr. Bukele tweeted, was this yesterday? Yeah. Buckle up, buttercups. Which is a very interesting thing to say. Just randomly out of nowhere just says, buckle up, buttercups. Well, it turns out, well, first of all, Awaken Outlaw says, I take Bukele at his word. There is a 0% chance he isn't read in on some level as to what's transpiring.
Back, baby! The white man is back!
The Federal Reserve is properly under federal power, else for whom does it reserve? I recall a time when the highly fashionable and friendly men of this country were more akin to Jeffrey Tucker and less akin to Hinz. I bet the latter would be familiar.
A little inside baseball from the Kingfield Discord. The highly fashionable and friendly men of this country are more akin to Jeffrey Tucker. Yes, that's for sure. That's for sure. Dandyism has been an American tradition for a long time. The shot at Hines. Too bad Hines probably isn't listening. He'll listen tomorrow and he'll post angrily about it, and I'll love every last little minute of it. Get him, catch-up boy. Okay, yeah. So there's a 0% chance he hasn't read in on some levels of what's transpiring, and it's very obvious that there's something that's going on. Like there's you got all the stuff, City of London, you've got Europe, you got NATO, you got sovereign bond crisis, you've got Russiagate, you've got the National Guard being deployed into the militarization, Department of War, you got the Venezuelan drug boats, you've got the military being deployed into the Caribbean. There's all sorts of things. These are all tied into each other. And it's very clear that Bukele would have to be read in on at least some of this, given the role that he's playing with CCOT, with Bitcoin, with the crime crackdown. I mean, he was the test case. it's very clear that Bukele was the test case for a lot of what Trump is doing now. And so he tweets, "Buckle up, buttercups." Well, this is very interesting because that's a phrase directly from a Q post. The Q post was on September 10, 2018. Said, "Buckle up, buttercups. It's about to get bumpy," with a salute. Bukele posted this on September 8. Posted it exactly the same with the comma and everything. And note what time it was posted. It was posted at 10:18 a.m. in Eastern Time. The original Q post was September 10, 2018. Now, if this is the first Q thing you ever saw, you might be, oh, that's totally a stretch. That's super tenuous. That doesn't prove anything. But if you've spent any time reading the Q things, being aware of it, someone who was aware of the Q things would absolutely be doing that at that time on purpose. The absolute least that you can take away from this is Bukele is intentionally Q posting. Whether he's doing it for the funsies of it, just to play around with people, or whether there's something more to it, it's undeniably obvious that Bukele is Q posting. That's now the second foreign government official Q posting in the last several days. What's happening, boys? That's not rhetorical. I genuinely don't know. What's happening? What's going on? He obviously knows something. And now he's Q posting in the middle of all of this? The other one was, I think I've got it here, this guy, Kirill Dmitriev. We've talked about him a few times. Trump's done it a bunch of times, especially recently. He's done it a few times again recently. He literally posted the one of the picture with it had Q plus on it. And if you remember the Q documentary we watched, Q plus is the thing they've speculated is messages that were written by Trump himself. And he posted an image that had Q plus in it. It was a total Q image and it had Q plus in it. Now Kirill here, Kirill said, never thought that as a Russian, I would be reposting, and he's got the different UK flags here, but the British government attacking its citizens and seemingly working to prolong Ukrainian conflict. This great video and General Flynn's post made me post the UK flags. We resent Biden's and globalist narratives. So I'm going to play this video for you guys. It'll give me an opportunity to take a leak real quick. Mike Flynn, speaking of Q things, said, I do not know who made this music video. It's really good, but I am dedicating it to Tommy Robinson for all he's done to stand his ground as a journalist who has courageously exposed the egregious actions of his very own British government along with the abuse of their own population by letting illegals roam free while attacking their own citizens. And he tagged Elon Musk in it. I happen to very much believe that Tommy Robinson is definitely a Fed, Nigel Farage-esque character. However, the zoomed out picture here is you have Mike Flynn posting what would be subversive anti-British government propaganda and the frequently Q posting Kirill Dmitriev, who is the CEO of the Russian Direct Investment Fund, signal boosting it and drawing this distinction that the flags, the individual flags of the United Kingdom countries are separate and distinct from the Biden/globalist thing. I mean, he's City of London posting. That's what this is. And I'm fully aware that all of this Q posting and stuff that he's doing, this very well could be a, it's KGB sort of psyop to like make Americans sympathetic to the Russian cause or whatever. Very possibly is that. And it's also possibly that, the whole city of London Luongo analysis is directly over the target. And you have a prominent Russian diplomat, government official who is signaling very strongly that Russia and the United States are not opponents here. And he's highlighting who the actual enemy really is. Whether this is a psyop or not, it's still true. So I'm going to play this video for you guys. It's the more cynical side of me wants to say, oh, this is just like boomer slop. But the other side of me is like, I'm just going to lean right into it. So I'm going to play this for you guys. I'll be right back.
Flashing on Dundee Street, rumors faster than police feet. Braveheart girl, the headlines roar. Truth gets trampled, clickbait scores. Arrive by boat, demand 4-star. We don't know who you even are. We raise our flags, they sneer far right, but still we wave them every night. Says what's a grooming gang? London sighs while mothers clang. Politicians dodge, the bills grow tall. The taxpayer pays the tab for all. Arrive by boat, stay rent-free. Full hotels but no room for me. We raise our flags, they scream extreme, but pride's not hate despite their dream. From Ulster streets to valleys in Wales, from Cornish coasts to Highland trails, the Union Jacks refuse to fall. They call it hate, we call it all. Epping burns with protest flame. Ministers shuffle, none take blame. Charities warn of hunger spite, but Braveheart echoes, stand and fight. Arrive by boat, we foot the bill. Freedom's gone, but the minibar's filled. We raise our flags, they mock on cue, but we wave them strong, the red, white, blue. Arrive by boat, demand 4-star. We don't know who you even are. They may take our lives, that's true, but they'll never take our flags from you.
This is the best part. Oh, yeah. We don't even know who you are is my favorite part. Yes, yes. Theodore Dragonsbane says the crappiest propaganda that speaks truth and beauty will always beat the hell out of any of the queer bullshit the left puts out. Yeah. Yeah, like, I mean, notice the subtext in this. Like, yeah, it is, someone said mid-AI slop. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Hunt Pritchard said mid-AI slop. And Neiman Toter said my dad would send this to me. But notice the subtext in all of this. It's that the different English peoples are white. And they have very distinctly identifiable cultural signifiers. And then you've got Queer Starmer, the clown. And the people who are trying to invade, the villains, are brown. So even in the slopness of it, it's still quite subversive rather truth-telling. And I don't think that you can overstate the significance of having a Russian government official signal boosting this and doing his sort of like wholesome boomer thing about it. You know, never thought as a Russian that I would be reposting flags from the UK countries. But so there's like this latent native hostility between the Russians and the UK, but he's saying, like, I recognize that the UK people are not my enemies. And it's, I don't remember who it was that I saw just before I headed to go to the bathroom. Let's see here. Yeah, Trust Planstar said tying Britain to prolonging Ukraine too. Right. Yes. Mr. Buttpoop says, don't forget the PSYOPs go both ways now. That's for sure. Yep. And Han Pritchard said, op in an op within an op to cover up another op to trick the chuds into supporting Israel while thinking they're supporting Palestine as part of an internal America First op. Right. Did you kiss the wall yet, Anon? Theodore Dragonsbane says, limited hangout is always ever a containment technique that never holds or lasts. Anyone crying about this stuff being a limited hangout because XYZ not base enough is retarded. Yes. Thank you. To me, like, the limited hangout accusations are kind of like impotent signaling to me, because every time you see a limited hangout, it's like, okay, so they're advancing our cause by telling us some of the narrative that we want to hear. They're just not telling all of it. So then, and then in the like big unified social media era, you get the, Mike Benz. Mike Benz will tell you the whole NGO story, but he doesn't talk about Israel enough. Well, there's plenty of people out there who are going to take all the Mike Benz stuff and fill in all the Israel stuff. So ultimately, the limited hangout doesn't have that sort of effect. Maybe it used to, but now calling something a limited hangout to me just sounds like it's just like someone trying to advertise how smart they think they are. Yeah, exactly, Trust Plansar. It's always a midwit who thinks everyone else but them and their small group sees the PSYOP nobody else sees. Yes, exactly. Whitney Webb. Mid-Whitney Webb, if you're asking me. Okay. Legendary J.D. Vance post. This is the one everyone was talking about. No, actually it wasn't, but this one would have been if it wasn't for another one. This is back November of 2023. J.D. Vance quote tweeted shoe on head. And the tweet is still there. Like, shoe on head said Nikki Haley's
back, baby. The white man is back.
The Pakistani people are our enemies. And the rest of the non-white world. Jakub would be proud. Press and hold. If they give ground, you make a fortress. Make the hangout unlimited or kick them out and hang out with other people. 115 i.hu. plus POASTing.
What the hell was that? Oh, okay. I gotta play that one more time just to hear the end of that. That was Daniel here trying to say 115 IQ plus posting.
White man is back, baby. The white man is back.
The Pakistani people are our enemies. And the rest of the non-white world. Jakub would be proud. Press and hold. If they give ground, you make a fortress. Make the hangout unlimited or kick them out and hang out with other people. 115 i.hu. plus POASTing.
Oh, that sounds great. Okay, so the Pakistani people are our enemies and the rest of the non-white world. Jakub would be proud. Press and hold. If they give ground, you make a fortress. Make the hangout unlimited or kick them out and hang out with other people. 115 IQ plus posting. I don't know. It kind of sounded like he was trying to beatbox. German beatboxing. Oh, that makes me think of German rap, which is actually pretty good. Pooping plus posting. I wonder if Tobias is still listening. Could you tell he was saying 115 IQ plus? Okay, so Nikki Shoeonhead tweeted, Nikki Haley saw one mean tweet from like Hitler Bussy 420 and is now on a crusade against internet anonymity. And JD Vance quote tweeted and said, post of the week right here. She said, thank you, JD, very cool. The sitting vice president has a tweet where he's quote tweeting a tweet that says Hitler Bussy 420. It's delightful. Okay, so the actual tweet. JD Vance said killing cartel members who poison our fellow citizens is the highest and best use of our military. Yes, JD, thank you, very cool. And Brian Krasenstein said killing the citizens of another nation who are civilians without any due process is called a war crime. And JD Vance said, I don't give a shit what you call it. This is what I voted for. You guys remember the tweet that I read you guys of mine from a couple days ago? Where I said that when the time is right, we need to see a little more fire from JD. We need a little more edge. Give us some of that Marine. All is proceeding exactly as I have foreseen.
I don't really care, Margaret.
So this induced one of the single dumbest takes of all time. But before I get to that, first I have to give you the Giger Jew looking stunning in his shades. Look at him. Just look at the absolute greatness that is Stephen Miller in sunglasses. Giger Jew got the shades.
Nicolas Maduro is an indicted...
What's that? Who?
Nicolas Maduro.
Nicholas Maduro?
The N-word. Maduro is an indicted drug trafficker. He's indicted in federal court. He's a fugitive from justice in America. As I think you're also aware, there's a $50 million reward for the return of Nicolas Maduro. Not just him, his henchmen have also been indicted. So it is a drug cartel
his henchmen
that is running Venezuela. This is a very important point. It is not a government, it is a drug cartel, a narco-trafficking organization that is running Venezuela. And this has been documented in federal court, and indictments have been secured. The people of Venezuela have been suffering and struggling under the reality of a nation that is so rich in resources, so rich in reserves, that is run by Maduro, the head of the cartel that you referenced, the Cartel de los Sols. That is absolutely one of the most ruthless criminal cartels on the planet. And many Americans may not realize that the drugs killing their kids are coming from Maduro, and also the criminal aliens killing their kids are coming from Maduro. So he's sending his drugs, he is sending his killers, his assassins into our communities, and he's working directly with other designated foreign terrorist organizations like the FARC in Colombia and all the Mexican drug cartels. So it's one continuous loop. And for decades and for years, for generations, we used our military to engage in action against terrorists in the Middle East and in Africa, while leaving unharmed the terrorists in our own hemisphere who are responsible for so much more American deaths, so many more American deaths, who have spilled so much blood across the Western Hemisphere, who have bereaved so many parents and families, and who have contributed to such a horrific cycle and just nonstop, relentless surge of violence in our cities. Every major city in America is suffering from cartel violence. Even the U.S.-based gangs are working directly with these cartels. The drugs, the guns, the weapons, the cash, the organization. We've been occupied by cartels for far too long. President Trump is finally allowing and directing the United States military to use its authorities under the Constitution to defend America from the terrorist organizations that have run free for too long in our own hemisphere. Thank you all. Thank you for the question.
Now, the reason I wanted to play that, and I don't really have any speculation about this really, but the clip stood out to me because it didn't sound like Stephen Miller usually does. There was a couple times there where he was even like, he almost had to like stop and think of what he was going to say, as if he was being very careful about his words. Which is, I mean, we've listened to, at this point, probably hours worth of Stephen Miller ranting about his favorite subjects on here. And this is the first time that I've ever heard him kind of seeming like he's sort of trying to pick and choose his words carefully. And I don't know if maybe he was just, he had something else on his mind, or, he had a headache that day, or, who knows what the thing was. But I thought it was interesting that as he's describing this, like, if he's talking about the illegal aliens in the country and the things that they're doing and stuff, like, he can just fire that stuff off. But now he's talking about something a little more. He's talking about, like, the military involvement in the different cartel groups and foreign terrorist organizations, and the role that the sort of military theory and like legal authority here. And I don't know if, like I said, I don't really have a conclusion or even really a speculation on this, but it stuck out to me that he was a little more halting, kind of, in the way that he was explaining what he was saying there. Sluttymook says he was masterminding more ways to deport more illegals faster. Yeah.
White man is back, baby! The white man is back!
A war crime against who? The US is the only one who really cares. If you are against them, then it doesn't really matter what you do. I should know. I have planned this out. Look forward to the Kanarreich in 2035. IDF goes first. Raute nos höchst no shore.
Okay, I've got to read that one out. This is from Nicholas Mid-Euro. A war crime against who? The U.S. is the only one who really cares. If you're against them, then it doesn't really matter what you do. I should know. I have planned this out. Look forward to the Kanarreich in 2035. Gigajoo goes first. Hashtag no shoe, no Shoah. Nicholas Mid-Euro. Watch out, guys. The Kanarreich is coming. He's planned it out. And we'll talk about the war crime thing here in just a sec. So, this is perhaps the single dumbest thing that an elected official has ever posted. And that's a frickin' low bar, or high bar, I guess, depending on how you look at it. Rand Paul decided to take a break from all the other really useful, valuable things that he's up to, and decided to end his own political career. He quote tweeted JD Vance's tweet and said, JD, I don't give a shit Vance says killing... Okay, let me do the voice. JD, I don't give a shit Vance says killing people he accuses of a crime is the highest and best use of the military. Did he ever read To Kill a Mockingbird? Did he ever wonder what might happen if the accused were immediately executed without trial or representation? What a despicable and thoughtless sentiment it is to glorify killing someone without a trial. I couldn't believe this was real when I first saw it. What would induce a man to self-immolate like this in public? Are you shitting me? To Kill a Mockingbird? Rand Paul is now appealing to works of fiction to justify legal theories or something? It's like he just woke up that day and was like, I don't think I want a political career anymore. I think I'm just going to go nuke myself. But Twired himself rhetorically. Yes, there's a reference. Appealing to fiction. He's completed his metamorphosis into total and utter shitlib. As if, like, it is To Kill a Mockingbird part of our, like, legal corpus or something like that? Frankly, if I didn't know better, I would think that this was Rand Paul, deep undercover, trying to ensure that JD Vance is elected president. Because approach radius of mice and men is more Rand speed. I want to see the rabbits, George. Oh, that's dark. That's really good. Did he ever wonder what might happen if the accused were immediately executed without trial or representation? Gee, I don't know. I'm old enough to remember when Rand Paul was supporting Obama, defending Obama, when he was drone striking American citizens overseas. Didn't seem to bother Rand Paul then. Not to mention the fact that since when does a foreign drug trafficker get a trial and representation? Since when does a foreign craft flying under no flag out in the middle of international waters, since when are they entitled to rights under the Constitution? This is the most revealing thing that he has ever posted. Probably the most disappointing person in the history of American politics. Given the expectations that were there for him after his father, and how catastrophically... Frankly, I'm very inclined to sympathize with his neighbor now. Like, I understand why his neighbor wanted to go beat him up. Because when I read this tweet, I kind of wanted to go beat him up. Hit him with a bat or something.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
Perhaps he is tested with soft launching Monroe Doctrine 2, we gonna fucking kill you. I would shit my pants trying to pursue an active military campaign against half a planet. I'm shocked that stealing your mill-air could check his autism long enough.
Okay, so perhaps he is tasked with soft launching Monroe Doctrine 2, we're gonna fucking kill you, which is a banger name, by the way. Monroe Doctrine 2, we're gonna fucking kill you. I would shit my pants trying to psyop an active military campaign against half a planet. I'm shocked that stealing your Miller could check his autism long enough. Yeah, that's, and I think, so taking this with the change of name, from Department of Defense to Department of War, this is clearly signifying a change in military doctrine. And there was the rumor, I read it, I think on the last Labe or recent Labe, about the Department of War actually formally changing their policy to abandon the potential of going to war with Russia and China and focusing strictly on the Western Hemisphere. All of this has been signaled for a long time. It's been with the pick of Marco Rubio, and then the way that the administration has been talking. They've talked about going to war with the cartels. If you've been listening to Jason and I, you knew that there was going to be a war with the cartels as soon as Trump was elected. You knew that this was coming. And obviously the cartels themselves are fronts for the city of London, just for shorthand here. So this is not just a matter of just dealing with a drug war or with drug trafficking or human trafficking. This is much larger than that. And it's also, I don't think it's wrong to say that I do think it's wrong to say that there's no oil implications in it, broadly speaking. I think what this is that they have as Stephen Miller said, this is not a government. The Venezuelan government, they do not recognize as a government. It's not actually a government. It's a cartel. It's a rogue terrorist organization that has taken control of this given geographic, this given nation here. And then there's currency implications here as well because of the level of stablecoin use in Venezuela is massive. Tether is basically the official currency there. So there's a whole bunch of different implications here, but ultimately you have a rogue terrorist, designated terrorist, who's the head of the state, a state that they are declaring illegitimate, and he's in our hemisphere, and obviously he's a proxy for the European enemies, as we've gone through with all the Smartmatic and Dominion and the voting systems, all of that. So They're going after Venezuela because Venezuela is a holdout of the European powers that are clearly the chief enemy. The globalists, the European banks. But even leaving aside all of that, like, of anybody in the world, Rand Paul should understand that. But I mean, obviously, expecting him to understand something that sophisticated is expecting too much. But even leaving aside all of that, if this was just the drug trafficking issue, if this was, that's all this was. These are just like cartel narco terrorists, you know, and it's like, well, the question is this actually, have you identified them? Have you confirmed completely and 100% positively for sure that those were actually drug traffickers? Have you confirmed that they're actually going to be going to or that they're actually coming to the United States? There is centuries of precedent here for how you deal with pirates in international waters. Every country has their own. This isn't any sort of formal organization that's granted any sort of rights or representation or recognition from anyone. You don't need a formal declaration of war to bomb pirates. And for everyone who wants to be like, well, just because the government says that they are, how do you know? They could just be lying. Because it's not my fucking job to demand that the government deliver to me every bit of military intel that they have.
Man is back.
Someone should remind these idiots that lynchings were never about race, but about crimes committed being punished. Look at Mary Fijan. That demon Jew blamed the black janitor, and the South hung the Jew knowing he did it. It was always about crying.
Yes, that's true. Yes. Lynchings were not a strictly racial thing. There was a form of criminal justice. Thank you, Austin Trees. Are our military writing, thank you for your attention to this matter and munitions yet? I hope they are.
The white man is back.
This is to show that 5th generation warfare can just lose to a properly controlled 4th generation force. Just don't be a Randian bitch about it. If you ever needed proof libertarianism was cancer, remember this: you were conquerors in Iraq. You failed.
Yes. Yep. That's what Trump was like. If you're going to do it, at least take the oil. Act like the conquerors. Okay, I just realized we're at I've been live for 5 hours, and we're at the 4 hour and 13 minute mark with the lab alone, and it's almost 1 a.m. So I got to keep this going. John Durant said, Bukele saved the nation of El Salvador from gangs and drug cartels using measures that Rand Paul would oppose. If Rand were president of El Salvador, it would still be a murderous hellhole. But he could give speeches blaming all their problems on the American drug war, because if the U.S. just legalized all drugs and let China pump fentanyl into the country, everything would be fine because the market would take care of it or some shit. So we should just take the government's word for it that the people who are who they say they are before they murder them or throw them in prison? That's profoundly dangerous and un-American. So many big government takes these days. When hundreds of thousands of Americans have died from fentanyl, with tens of thousands more dying each year, as part of a concerted Chinese effort to weaken America based on their memory of the opium wars where Western powers did the same to China, yeah, blow up the boat. Every time a libertarian opens their mouth, I become less libertarian. Rand Paul is the example of a person on an exercise bike versus a person on a real bicycle. They both pedal, but only one moves forward. The example of To Kill a Mockingbird is also perfect because it shows Paul doesn't know the author based it on a real case that had races reversed. Also, this is interesting. Little known fact, the Continental Congress never issued a formal declaration of war against England during the Revolution. America, from her very first moments, made war wherever and whenever it suited her people. That's what it means to be America. That's who we are. And Rand Paul is volunteering himself as no longer an American. He is opting out of it. Now look at this. Under Rand Paul's leadership, Kentucky ranks 7th highest for cumulative fentanyl-related deaths, 2015 to 2024, among the 50 states and D.C., behind only California, Florida, Texas, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New York. This ranking reflects both high per capita impact and Kentucky's population. On a per capita base, Kentucky ranks 3rd or 4th worst nationally, behind West Virginia and Delaware, but ahead of Ohio and Tennessee. The U.S. total for fentanyl deaths over this period exceeds 400,000, with Kentucky accounting for approximately 2.5%, despite being less than 1.5% of the population. This is all from Grok. And look at this. No tweets ever containing fentanyl from Rand Paul, and 2 tweets ever containing fentanyl from Senator Rand Paul. One of them is from July 15, 2022. The Senate GOP Doctors Caucus unveiled a public service announcement Thursday warning the American people about the dangers of fentanyl. And about a month later, August 11, 2022, great to be in Bedford, Kentucky today to meet with local leaders and hear the issues impacting the community. We discussed Biden's border crisis and the fentanyl crisis that now plagues our nation as a direct result of the lawlessness happening at our country's southern border. Okay, great. So he attended a meeting and tweeted about this once 3 years ago. But maybe there's other search terms that we could look at. Let's try opioid. How many times has Rand Paul tweeted opioid? Let's see here. May 3, 2018, in an economic development meeting in Pikeville today, I discussed with local leaders how to bring more business to the newly formed opportunity zones, the opioid epidemic, and ways to create more jobs. I also spoke with local news outlets, so be sure to check out their coverage. Great, 7.5 years ago. May 19, 2016. I joined Dr. Oz and ASA Morgue. They are spearheading the coalition to stop opioid overdose. Let's pass my bill, the TREAT Act. Very nice, 9 years ago. October 24, 2018. I applaud Donald Trump for signing legislation today containing reforms I fought for that will help more Americans fighting opioid addiction find help and allow more providers to administer care. So we're focusing on treatment. This week, this is April of 2018. This week, the U.S. Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee passed my amendment to the Opioid Crisis Response Act of 2018 to permanently increase the cap on the number of patients to whom a doctor can prescribe medication to treat opioid addiction. More focusing on treatments and relationship with doctors. Strange. Not talking about fentanyl being imported into the country as an act of war. October 3, 2018. The opioid epidemic has devastated individuals and families throughout Kentucky and all across America, which is why I've led the fight to expand access to treatment by removing artificial roadblocks so more people are able to get the help they need. 7 years ago. Markey and Paul want to know if new rules are helping opioid treatment. Strange how every time that he talks about the opioid crisis, it's in the context of ensuring that patients can get access to drugs to deal with their problem with drugs. And all of this is 7+ years ago. We have made considerable progress to ensure that more Americans struggling with opioid abuse can receive treatment, and I applaud the Help Committee for taking action today to help us gain more ground. I look forward to the full Senate following its lead. 7 years ago. Okay, so maybe that was his personal account. Maybe his actual government account. Maybe that's where he's tweeting about it. Let's see. March of 2023. Today, Senator Markey and I introduced our bipartisan and bicameral Modernizing Opioid Treatment Access Act. The legislation will improve patients' ability to access medication treatment for opioid use disorder by modernizing outdated rules. More drugs. December of 2023, methadone for opioid use disorder is locked behind arcane laws that criminalize and stigmatize people in recovery. The experts and evidence are clear. This outdated system is costing lives. Pleased that our colleagues are joining with us in passing MOTA. More drugs. These are all the tweets from either his Senator Rand Paul account or his Rand Paul account, referencing fentanyl or opioids. Ever. I'm not saying over like some limited period of time. Literally ever. Nathan Halberstadt said, Rand, your home state has a serious opioid problem. The cartels are running drugs into the communities you were elected to look out for. Unclear why you're siding with the cartels over your constituents. Weak instincts. Rand Paul can't be arsed to even post a tweet about the fentanyl epidemic that his state is being ravaged by. But oh, he's going to jump on it real quick to defend the constitutional rights of foreign guys in a boat in international waters. While his constituents have been dying from a cartel-sponsored fentanyl epidemic, Rand has said virtually nothing about it while making a few token efforts toward expanding treatment. And now he has the gall to cry at the VP of his own party about the rights of offshore drug traffickers. It's done. I'm done. I have zero sympathy or affection for Rand Paul ever again. The guy's a crook. He's pathetic. Data Republican has quite a takedown here. Rand Paul is no libertarian, and here are the receipts. When Paul criticized the strike on cartel boats, it wasn't about principle. He spent his career entangled in the interventionist machine while calling himself a libertarian. He sits on the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, and in his own book, he went out of his way to praise U.S.-funded democracy promotion groups like Freedom House, the International Republican Institute, and the National Democratic Institute, calling them nonpartisan. Nonpartisan? Members of Congress literally sit on their boards. Freedom House takes Soros money. They operate as State Department cutouts. Rand Paul defended them in his own words. And that's just the beginning. Let's dig in. These are Rand Paul's words. For if you followed Mike Benz, when he talks about organizations like the International Republican Institute or the National Democratic Institute or Freedom House, this is like deep state central. Here's Rand Paul's words. For years, groups like Freedom House, the International Republican Institute, and the National Democratic Institute have used a combination of private funds and State Department funding to help promote democracy and civil society abroad. This has been an ongoing effort since the Reagan administration, and these groups' activities have always had broad bipartisan and international support. These organizations are not partisan. They do not choose political sides. They do not provoke or become involved in the politics of any country they work in. They do not encourage or cause dissent. They do not advocate against government. Remember the 2016 presidential run that Rand Paul flirted with? One of his advisors was Lauren Craner, former president of International Republican Institute. Rand Paul knows perfectly well what the IRA is and does. In a blistering response to Perry in Political Magazine on Monday, Paul wrote that the governor's new glasses apparently, quote, haven't altered his perception of the world or allowed him to see it any more clearly. And he argued that Perry's solutions to the Iraq crisis aren't really that different from his or even President Barack Obama's, except that Perry is willing to send troops back into Iraq and Paul isn't. Paul's advisors say his skepticism of military action is more widespread within the Republican Party than the foreign policy hawks wish to believe. Quote, it's not isolationism, it's setting a high bar for sending our sons and daughters overseas, said Lauren Craner, a foreign policy advisor to Paul who served in the State Department under both Presidents George H.W. Bush and George W. Bush. He was the president of the IRI from 2004 to 2014. He served 2 terms on the board of the Millennium Challenge Corporation and consulted on U.S.-European relations and on political risk in Asia and the Middle East before serving as president of the American Councils for International Education from 2017 to 2019. Now, in fairness, Paul has criticized the National Endowment for Democracy on occasion, mostly when it overreaches on liberty. While Rand Paul did start out being very anti-interventionist, his views changed over time. He compares his own foreign policy positions to Ronald Reagan. He insists he's a conservative realist, someone who took seriously the distinction between vital and peripheral interests, Seeing only the former is worth going to war over, the vital versus peripheral dichotomy was borrowed from famous Cold War diplomat George Kennan, a man best known for advocating the principle that international opponents should be contained rather than merely fought. His opposition in foreign aid is more about a desire to tie it to pro-democracy efforts than libertarianism. Again, quoting from Rand Paul. If Egypt or any other country wanted to act against the interests of the United States, particularly harming our citizens abroad, they need to know that America does not tolerate it. Such countries needed to know that we mean business. That's what this debate was about. We have sent billions of dollars to Africa to authoritarian regimes that rape, pillage, and torture their own people. We continue to give them more money each year in the hope that they might one day change their ways. It hasn't worked. We need a firmer hand. We need a stronger voice. We need to say no more aid to countries that do not have democratic elections, no more aid to nations that terrorize their own people, and no more aid to anyone who detains innocent American citizens. This is just the right hand of USAID. In 2014, he called to declare war against ISIS. The most telling evidence isn't in what Rand Paul says, it's in what he refuses to say. He's present at Senate hearings where USAID's activities are scrutinized, including cases like Honduras, where U.S. aid has been tied to strengthening cartels. Yet when those issues come up, Paul stays silent. He's on the Committee on Foreign Relations. Which raises the real question. If Rand Paul is truly libertarian, why does he so often sit out the fights that matter? This is my question right here. He casts no votes on lopsided bills that pass 90-10, symbolic gestures that change nothing. When has he ever shifted the outcome or made a substantive difference? Again, this is a senator who sits on the Foreign Relations Committee. When he isn't grandstanding with symbolic no votes, he's quietly aligning himself with the machinery of U.S. foreign policy. This is why his outrage at J.D. Vance rings hollow. It isn't about libertarian principle, it's about turf. And I'd bet every last dollar that's the real cause of his anger. To be clear, Rand Paul has plenty of good qualities, but calling out NED's interventions overseas has never been one of them. He knows exactly how the U.S. intervention machinery operates. He's been around it for years. And I'd say he's almost certainly taking money from it. So the fact that he's choosing now to raise his voice is proof it isn't about principle. Look at this. Ask him about the representation the Americans got during this drone strike. Rand Paul stands by Obama over drone attack. Senator Rand Paul defended President Barack Obama over the accidental killing of 2 hostages in a U.S. drone attack in the Afghanistan-Pakistan border region. He's a fake. He's a fraud. And I'd love to see him taken down. You know, I like Connor Boyack, but this is just more of this libertarian, he quote tweets J.D. Vance's tweet and says, in quotes, "Killing big pharma executives who poison our fellow citizens is the highest and best use of our military." See how stupid this logic is? What is it about libertarianism that just turns people's brains off? I mean, sure, yeah, I think it'd be great to have our military killing big pharma executives. Sure, let's go. But what does it reveal about you? If you see drug trafficker in speedboat in international waters, and you equate that to big pharma executives, how do you think these are legally equivalent in any sense at all? Orrin McIntyre says, 1, the Sackler family should be facing the death penalty for what they did to this country, but 2, their execution should come at the hands of the civilian authorities after a fair trial because they are American citizens. Cartel members in international waters are not. Yes, don't care, join the cartels. That's what this comes down to. If you want to cry and squeal and yell and suddenly you get all agitated when some foreign cartel members, and whether they're even cartel members or not, it doesn't matter. Because we cannot have a functioning military if the military has to deliver every last little bit of military intelligence to you personally for you to sign off on it before they can do something. It stands to reason that they were cartel members. If they weren't, Well, the cartel members who are actually out there, it's definitely going to be a deterrent to them anyways, and to the rest of the human traffickers coming in. We are being invaded. The military exists to prevent invasions. If your concern is with the people who look like invaders, who are acting like invaders, who are engaging in all the activities that correspond to the invaders, and that's the thing that gets you all exercised, I don't see Rand Paul tweeting about the people who are being killed by illegal aliens. That doesn't seem to rise to the level of concern for him. Rand Paul has never tweeted about the Sackler family. Why is that? Hey, Rand, how many of your constituents died because of the Sackler family? And yet that doesn't seem to be something to get all worked up about. But you'll come out and loudly countersignal your own vice president to defend the rights of people who are decidedly not your constituents, no matter who they are. You deserve to be remembered for this buffoonery. You absolute degenerate, corrupt clown. Now, interestingly, President Trump sent a letter to Speaker Johnson and Leader Thune explaining he was justified in taking out the narco-terrorists coming from Venezuela through the Caribbean via military strike. Now, there's a subtext here. We'll see if you guys get it. Dear Mr. Speaker, I write to apprise you of military action taken on September 2, 2025 in the Caribbean Sea and of the potential for further such actions. Extraordinarily violent drug trafficking cartels that the United States has designated as terrorist organizations have wrought devastating consequences on American communities for decades, causing the deaths of tens of thousands of United States citizens each year and threatening our national security and foreign policy interests both at home and abroad. These organizations have evolved into complex structures with the financial means and paramilitary capabilities needed to operate with impunity, engaging in violence and terrorism that threaten the United States and destabilize other nations in our own hemisphere. Friendly foreign nations have made significant efforts to combat these organizations, suffering significant losses of life due to organized violence at the hands of the groups designated as terrorist organizations, but these groups are now transnational and operate throughout the Western Hemisphere. In the face of the inability or unwillingness of some states in the region to address the continuing threat to United States persons and interests emanating from their territories, we have now reached a critical point where we must meet this threat to our citizens and our most vital national interests with United States military force in self-defense. Accordingly, at my direction on September 2, 2025, United States forces struck a vessel at a location beyond the territorial seas of any nation that was assessed to be affiliated with a designated terrorist organization and to be engaged in illicit drug trafficking activities. And here's the thing. It was assessed to be affiliated with a designated terrorist organization and to be engaged in illicit drug trafficking activities. You can second guess this, you can question this all you want, but what you are now engaged in is in the process of Monday morning quarterbacking the military engaged in military operations when you are not privy to any of the intelligence or anything else that's going on. And it's in international waters and flying no flag. If you're doing that, you're saying we should not have a military. That's what you're saying. The United States should not have a military. Because you cannot have a military in that case. It is not possible at this time to know the full scope and duration of military operations that will be necessary. United States forces remain postured to carry out further military operations. I am providing this report as part of my efforts to keep the Congress fully informed, consistent with the War Powers Resolution. I directed these actions consistent with my responsibility to protect Americans and United States interest abroad and in furtherance of United States national security and foreign policy interests, pursuant to my constitutional authority as Commander-in-Chief and Chief Executive to conduct United States foreign relations, I appreciate the support of the Congress in this action. Sincerely, Donald J. Trump. This part right here. It is not possible at this time to know the full scope and duration of military operations that will be necessary. United States forces remain postured to carry out further military operations. Do you know what this is? This is a declaration of war against the cartels. That's the subtext here. And frankly, this is how the military ought to operate. He's advising the Congress, letting them know, yep, here's the situation. Don't know exactly when or where or how I'm necessarily going to need to engage with military action again going forward. It may be at a moment's notice. I'm going to keep you apprised. He really wanted to thank them for their attention to this matter. Yeah, he did. But this and this letter being made public is furthermore a public designation of the declaration of war against the cartels. This whole thing has only just gotten started. There's going to be much, much more of it. All right, let's see here. I'm going to wrap with this, and I think it's almost 1:30. I think it's probably a bad time to start a 1.5 hour long documentary. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to watch that documentary before the Labe tomorrow. At the beginning of the Labe tomorrow, in the middle of the day. So, it's the perfect time. Well, see, here's the thing. If I start it now, I mean, I'd be starting it in like 10 minutes, then it's not going to be over until probably, I don't know, 4 a.m., something like that. And I imagine that most people are not going to stick it out that long, and they're not going to have time to watch it before I start the Labe tomorrow. So they'll end up not being able to watch it longer. So I'm going to read this series of threads here from Fugitive Caesar, Fugitive Truster, and then we'll have a nice early stream tomorrow. Because I've already got the rest of the content almost prepared, and I'm sure some stuff will come up tomorrow morning. And we'll start it off early with the schizo stream, watching The Principle from Robert Sunjanis. No, early does not mean 8. Early means much earlier than that. But I have to get to bed in order for that to happen. So last night we finished up with the schizo stream thing in the Discord, and I was like, okay, now I can go to bed and try to get a good night's sleep, and went and laid down, got in bed at maybe, I don't know, midnight probably, and just sat there just like wide awake, brain just whirring for like 3 hours, just tossing and turning, and couldn't sleep. And so finally I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to get up. I'm going to go for a walk. I'm going to get myself some food, get some caffeine online, get some, I've got some of the Gorilla Mind here. And I'm just going to get to work, get some work done, and then take a little nap, and then do an early Labe. And by the time I went to go, I got food, finished eating, and was just getting ready to go work, and I just hit a wall. Just exhausted, could hardly think. I went from like brain whirring to could hardly walk. I was so tired. So I didn't really get much work done. And I fell asleep at, I don't know, 7 this morning, and slept from like 7 to noon, maybe, something like that. So I don't want to do the schedule. I want to get to bed as soon as possible. So in order to do that, let's finish up with this thread here from Fugitive Caesar. I don't know how Donald Trump does it. It's insane. Absolutely insane. Nicholas Bauman says, if you start before 5, I'll probably miss the beginning. I'll probably start about 5. That's what I'll be shooting for, around 5-ish. Okay, where does this start? There's much here. Okay, yes. Fugitive Truster. He says, I used to think Rand Paul was intelligent, very blackpilling to realize old people are walking around with 30 to 50-year-old malware nested infestations running their brains. You just can't reason with these people, and you can't wait 20 to 40 years for old people to retire and get out of the way because they're driven on autopilot by these insane, entropic, self-destructive moral crusades designed to tear down the scaffolds upholding civilization. What about Winnie the Pooh, man? My mommy read me a children's book 50 years ago, and it told me friendship and forgiveness is always the answer. Sorry your daughter got raped and murdered, by the way. It was an act of love. We just need more love and trust. In a fictional book, the white guy was raping his daughter, and he blamed it on the innocent black man. But IRL, it's usually the Mexican uncle, and nobody cares. We need more of these Mexican uncles fondling their family because, Christianity. By the way, Rand Paul has no survival instincts, and his libtard boomer neighbor snuck up behind him like this while Rand Paul was mowing his lawn and attacked him and put him in the hospital. Rand learned nothing from getting his ass kicked. Look it up. And remember a couple of years ago when Rand was on the street and he and his wife got surrounded by the Black Lives Matter protesters? Oh, and then Rand wanted law enforcement. Crack down. This is intolerable. Hold on a second. I experienced it personally. Oh, now we need urgent action. Piece of shit. This guy said, the libertarian delusion is our guns will just protect us. Well, guess what, Rand? You can't carry in many cities. Also, women generally don't own or are even comfortable with guns. It's a selfish misconception that just beats around the bush. A certain group is very dangerous. And Fugitive Caesar says, all of this is going to result in another era of colonialism. The only question is how long it takes. Look at that, colonial Africa. 16th of December, 1838. Voortrekker victory. 664 men, 464 Voortrekkers, 200 servants, and 2 artillery pieces against 25 to 30,000 Zulus. Results, 3 wounded on the Voortrekker side, 3,000 plus killed on the Zulu side. Holy crap. This guy says, the more you learn about... Actually, I think it's just thread. Yeah. Can't be trusted to rule themselves. They're sitting on some of the world's best real estate. Prime real estate is sitting there for the taking. We could colonize Mars with the available resources. Talking about Africa. Might clean out India while we're at it. India might be a nice place to live if it was only populated by 50 million Rhodesians and Amish. If 50 million Amish people lived in India, the roads would be clean of litter and the Ganges would be so clean you could drink out of it. And this guy says, the more you learn about colonialism, the more obvious it is that most of the colonized peoples were much better off then than they are now. And he says, colonialism is a very interesting subject because anti-colonialism was about an internal change in control from British warriors/merchants to American priests. There's a very interesting observation right here. Anti-colonialism was about an internal change in control from the British warrior/merchant class to the American priest class. So this would be like the Blue Empire the Yarvin talks about. American Blue Empire. Blue America, the State Department. So the American priest class. So anti-colonialism, quote unquote, is still a colonial project. It's just a project of colonization led by the American priest class, which happens to be fake and gay. And actual colonialism was the British warrior and merchant classes. Haiti and Africa are still American colonies. They're just ruled by leftist priests indirectly through formalized neglect. The big lie is that colonialism ended. Colonialism never ended. It changed from British/European control to American control. The origins of anti-colonialism were H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds and other British intellectuals who resented their lack of power, status, and wealth compared to the high caste of British Empire. All moral criticisms were designed to transfer control, accidentally self-destructed. And He says, this is the banger right here. Anti-colonialism of Africa is a reverse Monroe Doctrine. Leftists prevent anyone from seizing control to assert order. Bukele's reorganization of El Salvador embodies everything that leftists are afraid of, and their project is designed to impose lawlessness on every ghetto. Every city in America has been ruled by the leftist Monroe Doctrine of anarcho-tyranny. Harlem, Baltimore, Chicago, Atlanta, Philadelphia, and Detroit are not allowed to be safe and productive, and anyone who tries to bring peace and order has the leftist hive mind come down on them. Reverse Monroe Doctrine. I'm never going to not see it that way. Leftist rule is a reverse Monroe Doctrine, where the Monroe Doctrine is we're going to execute absolute control over this region and direct all the functions of this region toward our national interest. The reverse Monroe Doctrine is like, none of these regions are going to have any sort of order applied onto them. The order that is applied to them will be disorder. We're going to prevent the rise of power from anyone. We're going to maintain all of these regions in a state of non-governance, anti-governance. And we're going to derive our power from the friction that's created by the people yearning for governance. We're going to monetize that and use it to carve off our VIG to pay for private governance when and where we want it. So in this sense, the leftist is like the apotheosis of the libertarian. That's why they get along so well. All right, that's all I got. Tomorrow, let me just get a quick little preview of a few of the things for tomorrow. I've got, let's see, some more info on that Hyundai factory in Georgia. I got a very interesting thread talking about the downstream effects of that raid on it, and then Trump's reaction to it. I've got some incredible quotes from the president and HUD Secretary Scott Turner today about Christianity. Some more Keno from the Department of War, and Scott Bessent apparently laying down the law within the White House. He is the most he is the alpha male after Trump, apparently. So we'll talk about that. And then I'm sure many other things will come up in the process. And before we get into the body of the Labe, we are going to watch The Principle by Robert Sunjanis, talking about geocentrism. So stay tuned for that. Make sure you follow the King Pill Telegram to know when I am about to go live. And go join the King Pill Discord, kingpill.com. And if you'd like to support the show, tips.kingpill.com. If you want to send it via Streamlabs, or there's Cash App, Venmo, all the various different ways you can find them. You guys are smart. You know how the internet works. Thank you guys for showing up for this excellent stream, and appreciate the just stunning generosity of the tippers tonight. I love all of you guys. Thank you for all you're doing to support everything that I'm doing here. The show is everything, and we are trundling steadily upward. Big things to come. Make sure you download EWBSX, download the app, and enjoy the white pills being pumped into your ears. The White Boy Summer music. White Boy Summer will go on. White Boy Summer is eternal. That's why we created Eternal White Boy Summer Radio. EWBSX on iOS and Android. And go get yourself some EWBSX merch too, ewbsx.store. And you can also support our fundraiser for funding some more of our operations. It's giftsandgo.com/EWBSX. Send some crystals over to the cyberbully to keep the airship up in the air. All right, that's all I got, guys. I will catch you guys tomorrow for now, I leave you with Hulk.
When they took a shot at my hero, and they tried to kill the next president of the United States, enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania